limits development to properties with direct access to major thoroughfares. So in this case, Asheville Highway. This property is approximately a quarter mile away from the corridor and is designated rural in that plan. Since the last rezoning request, there's been no change in conditions to warrant another rezoning to increase density. Development trends in this area have been primary residential and commercial. Since about the 1980s, there's been a steady transition of agricultural to commercial along Asheville Highway and residential in the area. The place type on this property is suburban residential, and that does allow consideration of PR up to 7 dwelling units an acre. It's also in the urban growth boundary, so it's in compliance with the growth boundary. The applicant did submit some comments online saying they're requesting 4.5 dwelling units an acre now. That would allow approximately 50 dwelling units on the property. We have not looked at that request. We looked at the submittal of 7 dwelling units an acre, and the recommendation is to deny, as there have been no change in conditions since the last application. Any questions?
Thank you, Whitney. Okay, now we'll move on to agenda items number 30 and 31. These are appeals. Is there another one that I'm overlooking? Okay. These are appeals of staff's decision to deny 2 middle housing applications.
All right, 1 second.
Oh, that's your desktop, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why is it on that? Sorry, one moment while we have some technical difficulties.
Can I ask a question while you're, I just want to make sure that I'm looking at the, because we don't see this terribly often, and there's not a traditional case file starting this. It starts with appeal of decision, and is that what I should be seeing? Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So number 30 and 31 are appeals of planning staff denials related to the middle housing standards. I'm going to introduce both projects and then discuss the reasons for the staff denial to save time. So 8B25OB is at 1214 Callaway Street. That's a lot that was rezoned by the applicant against the staff recommendation from RN2 to RN4 in August 2024. It does not conform to the lot width or area for the RN4 zone. The current block is characterized by single-story historic shotgun houses on extremely narrow lots. You can see the context of the block in the photo from Street View in the bottom right. And we have seen applications and appeals for this property. So this is another iteration of that. The project is described as a multiplex in the application. And you can see the site plan and elevation drawings here. So the project is designed with 5 units separated by shared sidewalls, which actually meets the townhouse large type and townhouse style construction as well. They are 2.5 stories with side massings that cantilever an extra 1 foot out from the building on both sides. There are 4 units facing the side elevations and then 1 facing the street. And to go back to the stats there, so for example, comparison, if this lot were not a non-conforming lot of record, if it adhered to the middle housing standards, 70-foot wide lots are required for multiplexes. And then for a 5-unit townhouse, a 90-foot wide lot would be required. However, the application uses that Article 17.3.b to allow development of a non-conforming lot of record, and in this application, it's with the largest type of middle housing. 8C 25OB is at 1403 Moses Avenue. This is a lot zoned RN2 with the hillside protection overlay. The block is characterized by 1 to 1.5 story buildings with elevated basements. There's an extensive slope on the property. The lot itself is extremely narrow. You can see it in the street view there between the two houses. It's 25 feet wide. So again, the application benefits from being a non-conforming lot of record. A 45-foot wide lot would be required for a triplex with an alley, and a 54-foot wide lot would be required for 3 units of townhouses with an alley. And so you can see the drawings there. And then similar to the previous appeals you have seen, the denial relates foremost to the intent of the middle housing standards. So just to reiterate some of those, as we've already discussed today, the Article 4.6 says the standards are intended to promote the development of neighborhood scale housing forms that are compatible with existing housing in the surrounding area. The design standards intend to generate new middle housing buildings that are similar in footprint, height, and setbacks with the existing neighborhood. Middle housing is not intended to maximize what is possible on a single lot, and it's not intended to generate new middle housing or new housing forms that are incompatible with the neighborhood context. The application also points to some of the discrepancies in the middle housing types that we've discussed associated with the code amendments. So as we discussed in the annual report and last month, the types, in particular the townhouse or the triplexes and multiplexes, have unintended ambiguity that was included when the text was drafted that has allowed applicants to interpret both types as townhouses with shared walls in order to maximize what can fit on a lot. So for both of these applications, you can see in the drawings there, the applications don't meet the intent or standards of either type. It's not quite a townhouse, and it's not quite a multiplex or triplex. Our townhouse standards are drafted to include the townhouse units to be facing the street with ground level entries and narrow sides of the elevations facing the street and oriented towards that streetscape. This is to avoid what Opticos has called slot homes, which is a type of perpendicular facing townhouse. And in general, the understanding is these don't deliver any sort of attainability or livability. They generate low quality outdoor spaces for the homes. They tend to loom over the adjacent neighbors because they're taller than the context. And their primary windows face the houses next door. They are typically 4 to 6 feet from the side lot lines, and they don't interact with the street in the same way as townhouses. So again, just to run through those are the intent of the standards. And in making administrative decisions here, alongside the standards, especially when the application does not clearly meet all of those zoning standards and it kind of remains in that gray area of most of them, planners are forced to say, can we justify approving this administratively? Is it in line with the intent of the standards? Is this what was presented and expected from the community when we presented this a year ago? And when it is not in line and it does not meet those standards, that's what results in the denial. And then those appeals can be taken to the appointed body to make those decisions. So I'm available for questions.
No. I think that's all we had on the agenda today. Unless anybody has any questions, we will be adjourned. Thank you.
Is there anyone here who's wanting to speak on an item that has not already signed up, either online or up here at the podium?
All right. Welcome to the monthly meeting of the Knox County Planning Commission. My name is John Huber. I'm the chair of the Planning Commission and will be conducting today's meeting. Assisting me today is the Executive Director of the Knox County Planning, Amy Brooks, and the Planning Commission Attorney, Tasha Blakeney. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Mr. D. Mar Hund. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Hill is absent. Commissioner Browning is also absent. Commissioner Levinson? Here. Commissioner Boyer is absent. Commissioner Barger? Here. Commissioner Overton is absent. Commissioner Perez? Here. Commissioner Anderson? Here. Commissioner Butler? Here. Commissioner Biggs? Here. Commissioner Daly? Here. Commissioner Gill? Here. Commissioner Midas? Here. Commissioner Adams? Here. Commissioner Huber?
Here. Participating in the meeting today with me are planning commissioners who have been appointed by either the mayor of the city of Knoxville or the mayor of Knox County. We receive no salary and volunteer our time as a service to the community. We will be supported by our professionally trained staff, representatives from the city and county engineering and permitting departments, as well as other agencies. Now, a word about how discussion will take place. I hope you've all had an opportunity to review today's agenda package on planning's website at knoxplanning.org. In addition to today's agenda, the website contains a tremendous amount of information on how today's meeting will be conducted, as well as correspondence on individual cases. I will call each item on the agenda and read our staff's recommendation for that item. Once an item is called, the applicant or those in support of the application will be allowed to speak first. They have a combined 5 minutes to speak on the matter. The applicant may defer their right to speak first to the opposition if they so choose. Likewise, anyone opposed to the application will have a combined 5 minutes to speak on the matter. If either the applicant or the opposition wishes to have an opportunity for rebuttal, they need to reserve any remaining time from the original 5 minutes that was allotted. Because of the number of items we have on our agenda today, groups in favor of or opposed to an item are asked to appoint a spokesperson to represent them. All speakers for or against should limit their remarks to the facts of the case and should avoid repeating information that has already been presented to the Planning Commission by previous speakers. The Planning Commission may grant additional time for presentation of information. If you have any items that you would like to make part of the record, please submit those documents to knoxplanning.org/share or hand them to one of our staff members on your left. Please identify the file number and the meeting date in your submittal. Many of the items we vote on today, excuse me, will require further action by either Knoxville City Council or Knox County Commission. For matters that are forwarded to City Council for final action, the applicant or their representative should be present at the meeting at which the request will be considered. For matters forwarded to County Commission for final action, the applicant or their representative must be at the meeting the request is considered. If an applicant does not attend the meeting, the case will be, at a minimum, postponed and could be denied. All applicants will be notified of the city and county meeting dates. If you have any questions regarding the meeting date or process, please contact one of our planning staff. Today's meeting will be conducted in the order of the agenda. Please stand as you are able as Vice Chair Levinson leads us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Next on the agenda are the postponement and withdrawal lists. I will read them separately. Item number 49, automatic postponement for 30 days, Marble City Investments LLC. And automatic withdrawals. Item number 28, Brent Long. Chair will entertain a motion to approve. We don't do that on those. Very good. All right, we'll be moving on to items to be postponed, right, not the automatic postponement, straight, 30-day postponements. Item number 11, Lee Birch. Item number 32, final plat of Isbell Estates, Phase 2. Item number 35, Matthew L. Tinkham, Jr. Item number 48, Yassine Tarot, American Dream Development, LLC. Those are all the 30-day postponements. Are there any requests for any other postponements from the floor? If you could approach this podium, please.
If you'll press the little button on the thing, there's a person.
To the right.
There you go.
Good afternoon. I'd like to reschedule for next month, 0 Locust Hill.
And what number is that? Number
Zero.
18. So we will add agenda item number 18. So that was on. Is it on consent? Oh, I'm looking. I got you. Okay, item number 18, 0 Locust Hill Lane will be added to the 30-day postponement list.
Thank you.
Any others? Very good. Chair will entertain a motion for.
So moved. Second.
All right. So we have a first by Commissioner Barger and a second by Commissioner Adams for the postponement, 30 days. There are no 60-day postponements. There are no 90-day. Oh, we got to vote. I'm going to get on it one of these days. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor say aye. Are those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We have no 60-day postponements. We have no 90-day postponements. We have no withdrawals to be voted on, no tablings, and no items to be removed from the table. Next, we will move on to our consent list, which is comprised of items marked with a C. These items are considered non-controversial and are voted on all at the same time to save time. Items are listed as they appear in the agenda. Please listen carefully. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. After I read the list, I'll pause and give the members of the public the opportunity to remove an item if you so choose. Are there any recusals on the consent list? Seeing none. Okay, well, we'll move to the consent list. All right. So we'll say number 2, approval of August 14, 2025 agenda. Item number 3, approval of July 10th, 2025 minutes. Item number 4, approval of correction to the June 12th, 2025 minutes. Item number 12, Chris and Sherry Crumley. Item number 13, Slimmons Mathis. Item number 16, the City of Knoxville. Item number 17, the City of Knoxville. Item number 21, Forrest Kirkpatrick. Item number 22, Steve W. Abbott Jr. Item number 23, Larry D. Wright. Item number 25, Lynn Holt. Item number 26, Jonathan Torres. Item number 27, Amy Sherrill. Item number 29, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Item number 33, final plat of Irwin Acres. Item number 38, George W. Hicks. Item number 39, Noah Robbins. Item 40, Base Camp Rentals, Incorporated, CCG Auto LLC. Item number 42, Valeriano, property on Ball Road. Item number 44, Donna Tarpley. Item number 45, Adam and Ashley Fernandez. Item number 46, Stevens, Osborne, and Schambach. Item number 47, Zahir Ahmed. That is our consent list. Are there any requests from the folks to pull anything from the consent list?
There was a gentleman who wanted to pull off number 38.
There is someone who wished to talk about item number 38, George W. Hicks. Are they still in attendance over here? Yeah, come on down. If you just state your name and address for the record, please. If you could hit the button on the bottom right. Bottom right. There you go.
Terry Hicks, and I live at 6501 Rutledge Pike.
Okay, very good. We will read that at its scheduled time.
Okay,
We're pulling it off the consent list, so we'll read it in the order that it's on the agenda.
thanks.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other consent to be pulled, Chair will entertain a motion. Got a first? Second. Okay, we've got a first by Nancy Barger, Commissioner Barger, and Commissioner Daly is the second. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. So the first item we will be reading today is item number 6 on the agenda. It is going to be a report regarding missing middle ordinance amendments. There'll be one motion if a commissioner wants to make a motion to pass. So I will pass it to.
Available for questions.
Yes, we are available for questions. Okay, staff recommendation is planning amendments. Planning recommends approval of amendments to the City of Knoxville zoning code, Article 4.6, 9.1, 10.1, and 14.6, which provide revisions to the middle housing standards and related zoning code elements, because they create additional clarity in the zoning standards and will generate better consistency with the surrounding neighborhoods. Okay, and we have a couple of folks that are signed up in opposition, Mr. Pruitt and Mr. Marlowe. And Parker Bartholomew as well. This is Mr. Pruitt, I assume.
Yes, it is. Hi.
Hi.
Hello, everybody. Spoke at the last meeting. I'm a local architect here in Knoxville. Work a lot on missing middle projects, and my only comment about the adoption of the missing middle changes is to consider reconsidering the side entry for duplex units. I understand that there's some changes and all the clarifications are appreciated, but that change would kind of limit the design functionality of a lot of these buildings, especially how they're designed to be the most effective and economical way possible. That was my main concern with this adoption.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Marlowe.
R. Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas, 37921. So there's many good things proposed in this, particularly the elimination of bringing appeals here. I think the Design Review Board is the appropriate forum for that. I also like that we're getting rid of some of the ambiguity, but I think we are missing, we're kind of using a sledgehammer on this approach. We're getting rid of the 20% lot width variance, but we didn't really adjust the lot widths. We took 5 feet off and then a little bit more on a stacked duplex, but that's not considering that it's more difficult and more economically challenging to stack the duplex. So if our goal is affordable housing, that could use some more finesse. I think we need to shrink the lot widths a bit more so that we open up more vacant lots in the city for development, and we also need to be mindful of our definitions. We're basically making it impossible to build townhomes on most of the available vacant lots, because without the 20% variance on the townhome width, we're fixed at 18 feet. To be a townhome, you have to have a minimum of 3 units. 18 times 3 is 54 feet. The standard lot in most of the TDR is 50 feet wide. So we've just wiped off the most desirable type of single-family home construction and the most economical to build off of the vast majority of the vacant lots within the TDR. So those are a couple points that I really think could use some clarification. I also think that if we were truly focused on affordability, we would want to redefine triplex and townhome, or triplex and quadplex, to allow the townhome construction technique. See, that's where I think there's a lot of confusion. Townhomes are defined both in statute, the building code, and in our zoning code, and they're not all the same. So I think it's appropriate if you can design a structure that will meet the zoning code, as you will see later on some appeals, but could be built using the building technique identified in the IRC as a townhome. That should be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Marlowe. Mr. Bartholomew, name and address, please.
Parker Bartholomew, 5406 Summit Ridge, 37919. Mr. Marlowe is handing out 9 items that I think need to be looked at and addressed. I want to thank everybody that came out to the project on Willow Springs. It was, I believe, the very first application for missing middle, and I think it is the first finished or almost finished townhome under missing middle. I've been told that I don't voice my support for missing middle enough, and so I want to say I think missing middle is very important, and what we did here a few years ago actually enabled us to build units that we previously couldn't build, as evidence over there on Willow Springs. What we're doing now with these changes is we are gutting the missing middle and our ability to do that. These 9 items highlight this. Townhouse is a build type and a zoning type. Let me just say, I want more discussion on this, and we need more discussion. We have a lot of unintended consequences that are going to come from these changes. Because the City Council allowed townhouses to be constructed, or 3plexes and 4plexes to be constructed with a 2-hour firewall, Plans Review has taken the opportunity to say that these things are now not triplexes and 4plexes under the zoning code, but because they meet the definition under the building code of townhome, that they're going to look at them as a townhome. When you do that, you completely change the lot widths and what's allowed under the zoning code. Also, in RN3 and RN4 lots, we already have a protection there for multiple structures, not allowed in RN1 or RN2. RN3 and RN4 are specifically designed for on corners, and we need to be able to have multiple structures so that we can have we can have buildings fronting both streets so that we can engage those, as done over on Willow Springs. There's been a mention of concern about slot home. Slot homes were looked at in depth in Denver since 2017. They've actually changed it now to allow what is being proposed later, and also what we're talking about, where you have a front door and a unit that accesses the front, and then units coming out the side. I think we need to add single-family attached to missing middle. I think we need to modify our 4plex definition to where it's not required to be stacked. A 4plex needs to be 4 units attached together. And I'll just say one thing. Last month, we passed the non-conforming lot ordinance. An unintended consequence of that is now we're not allowed to have any uses other than single-family house. That means no parks, no gardens, no townhomes on any lot that's non-conforming. This was unintended. I do not think it was intentional, but we need to have more time to look at this, and we need to have these things vetted by architects and people that actually build these. I see my time is up. I'm more than happy to answer any questions or go on this in depth, but we need more time to look at this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. I would imagine there'll be some discussion from the commissioners regarding this. If anybody has any questions or comments, feel free. Commissioner Gill, please.
I'll go first. Get this thing kicked off, right? I want to say a couple of things. I do appreciate that last month we had a flurry of different ordinances that came through that were overlapping. There were a lot of things that kind of depend and codepend on, and we passed some and we didn't pass others. And one of the primary reasons it was made clear at the meeting last month that some of these things still had additional conversation that needed to happen in order to make sure that what we were proposing was aligning with the reality on the ground. And so I do want to say that I do believe that occurred. There have been some changes, obviously, from what it was last month versus what it is this month. And I commend planning staff for doing an excellent job of trying to reach out to the development community and ensuring that these are aligned with what they need. I know that one of the questions that we had and has been referenced already by some of the comments made by the public is the minimum lot size standard. And while I'm always happy to see more allowance than less, I am supportive of missing middle. I am supportive of greater gentle density in our areas to ensure that we're meeting the housing diversity. I also understand the reality is that when this was originally passed and went through, these lot sizes were at 50 feet, and now we're looking at 35 for stacked duplex. I know stacked duplexes are difficult to build, and that would be the retort that I'm sure our development community would make, but 35 feet does sort of capture some of these non-conforming lots that we have henceforth made close the loophole that allow them to develop whatever they want. So I want to say that I am supportive of that, and I do appreciate staff's work trying to address some of the concerns that were brought up. I'm very happy to see that. I think the one thing I do want to draw attention to and just kind of ask a couple of questions is related specifically to one of the items that's in here. It is referenced on what was handed out to us, and I do believe that in our code, I had it. Of course, I've now lost it. Allowing multiple primary structures in R3 and R4 lots using with the missing middle guidelines. And I know that one of the reasons that this has come up multiple times is trying to stack primary and a secondary use using missing middle. And we had a spat of rezonings from an RN2 to RN4, and we all expressed a desire to not see that become the norm to try to get around missing middle. And I do want to say that I was one of the primary voices saying that. So with that, my next comment is that I am a little concerned that for existing RN4 lots, particularly those that are on corner lots, that do have the opportunity to have more than one primary structure with both of them abutting the street so that there's frontage to both buildings or primary uses with parking in the back, that we are now shutting off an avenue of development that would be beneficial for missing middle, particularly in places where there are already RN4 lots that are in existence. I think that with some of the history that we've had over the last year with these standards, it was made clear to us that there is a build-to standard regarding setbacks, meaning that you couldn't locate a duplex and then another duplex in the back because that wouldn't meet the setback standard. So even on an RN4 lot where there would be a potential for multiple primary structures to be built under the missing middle guidelines, that wouldn't be something that could be built because there is not street frontage available. But there are many RN4 lots that have corner lots where you can front both of those buildings and they can have that housing form that would look similar to what's already in place and allow some gentle density in place, allow parking in the back so it's not an eyesore, have sidewalks out in front of these developments and have those doors open up. So I am a little bit concerned with one of the proposed changes that would restrict that completely and allow only one primary use using the missing middle. I think that we are trying to solve a real problem, and then in doing so, I think we're kind of taking a sledgehammer to where a scalpel would be more appropriate. For the rest of those, I am complete in support of, but I would be interested to hear why we've made that change. I don't know if that's a question with planning or Planning Commission has additional thoughts on that, but I would like to know why we want to limit that and if there is a way to do it and say, making it applicable to RN4 and up can have multiple uses and RN3 down doesn't, and to more align it with what we already have in place regarding our code.
Thank you, Commissioner Gill. And I think, in general, the staff's thought is, the intention was to try to pick a lane. Okay, either you're going to try to develop it in an RN4 or you're going to try to develop it under missing middle. Not that combination of the two. My suggestion would be, maybe we need to look at RN4, adding some language in there that would allow those on the corners, not necessarily get it necessarily through missing middle, but maybe we need to amend RN4 with respect to that.
And if that's a possibility, I would be supportive of that. I think the concern that I'm facing is, and I will say that there was a development that is within walking distance of my house. I walk by it with my kids every day. It's a great development. It's on a commercial corridor. It's next to two commercial properties across from a cigarette store. It's not in keeping with the neighborhood to have some missing middle, and the two buildings that are there frame the street. They look great. They provide housing. They're very appropriate under the missing middle standards, and that exact development would not be allowed under these changes, and it is pretty well supported by my neighbors, people I live with. So it's not that I want to change the code for one project. It's just it brought it to my attention in a really impactful way to realize that something that I was really excited to see in my neighborhood wouldn't be allowed under this, and it's specifically because some of these RN4 lots, you can make frontage on both sides, and it would make sense to connect the structure. So if there's a way that we can make that happen, that lot's been vacant for many years because under base zoning, it wasn't possible to necessarily do what we've done under missing middle. So I don't know if there's a way to kind of cut the corner on that to make that happen, but that's one of my concerns.
Yeah, and great comments and real world application with it. And I really like the city, and as we move into the UDO with the county, we're going to have a lot of these discussions, But the way I view both of these, the future UDO and the city code, is these are living documents. We have the ability to tweak them as we go. Granted, is anything ever perfect? That's why we started out with missing middle and said, okay, let's try to run it for a year. So it's been maybe 18 months, and we've been making changes, and I think we will continue to make changes to that. Can we get it all perfect every time? No, I don't think so. But those are great comments. But I think we, again, open it up to looking at RN3 and RN4 and seeing what we can do inside there that makes sense for those types of things as well. Can't do that today, obviously, but I think moving forward as living documents, we can look at all these different zones. But I think, did you have any comments for Amy or?
Commissioner Gill, without knowing the exact property that you're referring to, I would be challenged to speculate whether or not it could be built under the base zone or not, or if it truly had to go under missing middle, if there's some other options. So that's one of the, I think, your points are well taken, and it's something that we could look further into. I'm just wondering, it's not something that we explored specifically, are those corner lots, and does it make sense to have multiple units just on corner lots? It's something that we could definitely explore going forward. It could be something that we bring forward next month or even the following month, maybe take a deeper dive into that. But for the purposes of this, that's not something we specifically looked at corners, because I think that just speculation of how, I'm not sure how many RN lots on corners we have. That would be a data we'd want to look into.
I would appreciate that. If that is something we could look at, I think that those are important changes. And if that is the intent moving forward, then I would be comfortable with this as it's written, as long as we can continue to address some of these edge cases that are really impactful. Thank you.
Yeah, I think those are good suggestions and good things to look at to increase the housing. Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner Adams.
I have one, and it's generated because there were multiple voices in the public comments that were looking at the minimum lot width and asking about, could we just add, and I'm paraphrasing now, but like 5% or 10% to that instead of clamping at what is proposed in this. And I just wanted to give the opportunity for planning staff to speak to that particular comment, because it came up more than once for the lot widths.
You're talking about the elimination of the variance side, the staff level variance side, and just going with the hard numbers?
Correct, yes.
Is that something you can comment on?
I can start off, and I will say that our staff did a lot of in-depth analysis and lot widths. Ms. Porche did that on behalf of this project. So, one of the trade-offs is, so you don't have to go through that more ambiguous process of requesting an administrative variation, was to, okay, can we go down further than we already have? And so that's what we looked at, and that's why we looked at the lot widths that we currently have, and also keeping in mind what is going to keep it in context with the surrounding neighborhoods as well. So that's very important, and we wanted to keep that at the forefront because that's what we committed to when we first developed the middle housing standards. When we look at best practices from Opticos, the consultant that we worked with initially a few years ago, when we look at our lot widths, they are less than what they originally had recommended. So we did try to be very responsive to what we have here on the ground here in Knoxville. I'm not sure if that answers your question specifically, but we can also give you some data related to how many lots this affects, why we think specifically, if it's depending on which type that you're interested in.
No, one thing you said that just is, I think, really important to pull out is that the Opticos recommendations were actually higher than what we have here, if I heard you correctly.
Yeah, Opticos has done work with a lot of different communities across the country.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to speak to those individuals, but in terms of their broad work that they do and best practices that they had published, yes, when we look back at those, many of our lot widths were
More narrow.
refined from that.
Yeah, and I'm hearing that as a flexibility that staff has introduced to really be more reflective of our context.
Commissioner Adams. Pardon me, Commissioner Midas. Did it twice. I'm looking at it.
I'll take it as a compliment again. So I guess I wanted to, one thing I didn't hear from the comments today is being able to add density and be conforming to neighborhoods. That was the purpose of Missing Middle, not just adding density, not just allowing for housing, extra housing types, but making it accommodating for neighborhoods, especially in that TDR region. I do applaud staff, especially I really appreciated Lindsay's presentation at the agenda review where she noted how important it was for the city to make certain that this is conforming with the neighborhoods and to take incremental steps. I believe that in all cases, I don't think townhomes are appropriate in the middle of a street with single-family houses. I think that in the future, that might be the case, but right now, I don't believe that we should have that. And so thank you for all your work on this. I think there's a lot of thought went into it. I agree with, we've been able to basically build in that 20% variance into these lot widths and being able to allow for another variance is just, making it too intensive. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the amendments to the City Council zoning code, Articles 4.6, 9.1, 10.1, and 14.6. Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Midas, and Nick Gill was the second. Is that correct? Or Anderson, I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson. I didn't hear you. Commissioner Butler. That'd be fine. That'd be fine. Second by Commissioner Butler. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
So I think you'll want to call up.
Okay, we are moving on to agenda item number 7. The staff recommendation is planning recommends approval of amendments to the City of Knoxville zoning code, Article 14.4, zoning administrator, powers, 15.3, vesting, and 16.12, zoning appeals, to align vested rights with recent state law changes per Tennessee Code Annotated 13-4-310. I believe we got Ms. McGraw to speak for the city on this.
Yes, Christina McGraw-Stillery with the City of Knoxville Law Department. Commissioner's exactly right. We have state law changes that have prompted the need for these changes to the articles 14.4, 15.3, and 16.12. Basically, the date when vested rights are created has changed. It used to be from the date of approval of a building permit or a development plan. It's now based on when the applicant submits those plans. They should have a complete application and one that's in substantial compliance with the zoning code and the development regulations. So we had to make some updates to get into compliance with that. The state also extended the vesting period, which now in part depends on the appeal rights that the public has. And so that prompted us as well to make some changes to that. We now have a more balanced 30-day appeal deadline in very similar fashion as Chattanooga's and Nashville's codes do as well. And thanks to some technology updates, we are able now to publish notice of issued building permits online. Certainly, we hope you'll approve this item today, but I'm here for any questions that you may have.
All right. So any questions from commissioners? Or I mean, I think it's good. We're just trying to get in line with the state on the new laws. So, Commissioner Adams.
I just want to ask for the link for the permit when that is active and such, just to have it made available to all the commissioners
The link.
to search for that she was mentioning.
Yeah. Would you mind emailing that out to?
Oh, certainly I can. I had it in my PowerPoint as well, so that was distributed as well, but I'm happy to do that. I can send that over to Amy or Dallas to publish for all of you.
That'd be
Yeah,
great.
absolutely.
And they can circulate it to us so we can
Absolutely.
understand it. Okay,
Yep.
great. I need a motion and a second on, all right? Commissioner Barger and Commissioner Biggs for the second. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Okay, final plat. We are on to item number 8. This is a final plat for the re-subdivision of Lot 2 of subdivision of property of Juha A. Whitney and Maitonin. The staff recommendation is to approve the variance to allow a 25-foot permanent access and utility easement to connect to a 25-foot joint permanent easement instead of a public street based on the following evidences of hardship. All three are listed here. This will need 2 motions. The first motion will be on the variance. The second motion will be on the final plat. Are there any questions from commissioners regarding this? The applicant, would you like to speak? Your name and address, please.
No, sir. I was just up here in case y'all had any questions, but my name is Noah Hudson. I'm with True Line Land Survey, 8880 Cedar Springs Lane.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and vote on the variance here, if anybody has any questions, and then we'll move on to number 2 with the final plat. So Chair will entertain a motion on the variance. Got a first? Second. Got a second from Commissioner Anderson. Ms. Barger and Mr. Anderson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. The staff recommendation on motion number 2 is approve the re-subdivision plat for 2 lots in the RN1 district. Got a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we are on to item agenda number 9, re-subdivision of part of Lot 2 and Lot 3 and Lot 4, Anderson addition to Knoxville, Tennessee. The staff, there's two motions on this, a variance and a final plat again. Motion number 1 on the variance, approve the variance for the subdivision plat to be accepted without surveying the remainder of Lot 2 of the Anderson addition city map to the southeast based on the following evidences of hardship. There are 3 hardships listed in our report here. Our second motion will be for the final plat, which is to approve the re-subdivision of the plat to create a single lot in the CG2 district. Are there any questions from commissioners? Chair will entertain a motion. And a motion and a second. Motion from Commissioner Barger on the variance. This is for the variance. Motion number one. Commissioner Anderson is the second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Motion number two. We'll entertain a motion. We got a motion and a second. Again, Commissioner Barger and Commissioner Anderson on motion number two. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So we are on to agenda item number 10. Garrett Jernigan. This is one motion on a rezoning. The staff recommendation is to deny RN5 General Residential Neighborhood District because it is not compatible with the surrounding development. Is Mr. Garrett Jernigan or Victor Jernigan is available? Your name and address, Mr. Jernigan.
Yes, my name is Victor Jernigan, 229 Sherway Road, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37922. Yes, today I'm asking for the Planning Commission to take a broader view of this rezoning request than staff did. The RN4 zone is an excellent zone for managing multifamily housing in tracts between a half acre and an acre in size. But the moment a property goes beyond an acre, the RN4 zone has restrictions and complications that make it significantly more expensive and more difficult to develop any kind of housing on the property. Specifically, as an example, for property more than an acre, the total acreage must be subdivided into multiple tracts, and then there is the requirement to have fully engineered road profiles and grading plans before you can submit to get the special use permit for the building. In other words, it requires a new subdivision and fully engineered designs for a housing plan that is being proposed but has not been approved and may never be approved. And this is an extremely onerous regulation in the RN4 zone for these larger tracts of property. As the old people used to say, this is literally putting the cart before the horse. I believe that the planning staff should have started their report with section 4, item 2, where it says very plainly, the proposed rezoning to an RN5 would be consistent with the multi-density residential land use classification in the East City Sector Plan and the city's one-year plan. I ask the Commission to start with that fact. As staff has pointed out, my request to rezone to an RN5 is consistent with the multi-density land use classification in the East City Sector Plan, and then I'm asking you to look at the reality on the ground. As the handouts show you, my RN5 request is supported by the fact that this is a small 3.9 acre tract of ground. It is already designated medium density residential. It is at the intersection of Millertown and Washington Pike, and there are many other medium density residential zonings within a half mile to the west, the north, and the east. Additionally, this small property cannot be expanded into a larger property because it cannot be expanded in any direction. As it borders a church to the east, which by the way is zoned office, an undevelopable adjoining property to the south, and property I own, which is currently zoned RN2 and under construction to the west. Second, the staff report indicates that the single-family neighborhoods on 3 sides would be impacted by a change in zoning. As I have pointed out, and you can see on the handouts, there are no neighborhoods to the west, the south, the east, and both the one-year plan and the future plan. Additionally, all of the residential areas which may be impacted by the rezoning will no longer be zoned residential. They will either be office or mixed-use commercial zone. Third, the staff report indicates that up to 86 units could be built on this property in the current RN4 zone. We have a design plan for 80 units, 4 20-unit buildings on this particular site. Our plan is specifically designed to meet the need for 1 and 2 bedroom units, as each building has 16 one-bedroom units and 4 two-bedroom units. For more than a year, the planning staff and the Realtors Association have talked about the desperate need for such housing to be built in the city of Knoxville. And this location is perfect for this type of housing. It is on a bus line. It is a half mile from I-640, massive retail shopping areas, and a 1,000-employee Amazon warehouse. Finally, because I do recognize that you must consider not just my plan, but all the possible plans that may be developed in an RN5 zone, I ask that the Commission approve my request to rezone to RN5. First, because it is consistent with the East County Sector Plan and both the one-year plan and the future plan for the city of Knoxville. And second, that your approval contains the following restrictions. First, no more than 80 units can ever be built on the property. Second, no building shall be more than 2 stories in height. Third, the housing development will meet all applicable requirements of the City of Knoxville Engineering Department. And fourth, the housing development will meet all applicable requirements of the city's Plans Review and Inspections Department. Again, I ask you for your support for this small change in the medium-density residential zoning for my property from RN4 to RN5. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jernigan. One thing I did want to point out, although I greatly appreciate your offering the restrictions on your property, with what you would want to do. Unfortunately, we're not allowed to add conditional or have what's called a conditional zoning. So it would be RN5. It's currently RN4 as much as we would like to. And again, appreciate you offering that opportunity, but legally we can't put conditions on the zoning in the city of Knoxville. So I just wanted to throw that out there to you and let you know, and then we'll start the discussion up here on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Gill. I'm sorry, Commissioner Adams was first, I think.
Yeah, my flags were going up like, oh, that would be a solution, but.
Yeah, right.
Okay. And my question is, I guess I've got 2. One is for the applicant, so I'm sorry to ask you to get back up again, but just in hearing the beginning of your comments,
yes,
it sounded like, tell me if I'm wrong, but that your real request there to not be RN4 is because of these complications or more onerous sort of requirements on the front end. Is that right?
That's how, when we originally zoned the property RN4, we requested the RN4 zone. It was a recommendation by staff, and we looked at that zoning, and we had, as you can see on the plans, the buildings that we've designed, the preliminary layout that we have, the road profiles that we have on the plan were designed to be in an RN4 zone. But we cannot submit these plans in the RN4 requirements because we're going to be required to subdivide the property, record a plat, and then do full engineering road profiles and grading plans before to provide that information before we have the building footprints approved to be able to do any of that work with. So we cannot submit to get a special use permit until we spend, and not to be talking about money on a small project, but that's about $30,000 to get that information done and recorded, and it may never be needed if the special use permit doesn't get approved. So it's not logical that those kind of requirements can be put in place when we're trying to have affordable housing and projects that can move forward with timely.
Yeah, well, I'm not debating the logic and such, but I did want to make sure I understood that that was the primary issue that was coming to bear in terms of the RN4 versus RN5. Is
yes, the RN4 zone works beautifully for an acre or less. It's when you get above an acre that the problems get to be really onerous on the development. And so you've heard other people talking earlier today about the RN4 zone and some complications on different ways that might be looked at. So if the structure of RN4 were different, I mean, we had plans, as you can clearly see, we spent the money to have the architectural profiles. We have a project that we think is financeable. We think it's a project that's in demand. We think we can fit all the project on the property. We were prepared to apply for the special use permit, and they said we couldn't do it.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask a question then to staff about the RN4? I guess and this is looking back into the history and the structure of RN4, but is that a step up from RN3 that all of a sudden someone's asked to have much more intensive prep work, or is it's not really a step up? I'm just trying to make sure I'm hearing everything correctly.
Commissioner, I'm not sure about the engineering requirements. I would defer to our partners in the city about that. If it differs from, if RN4 is different than RN3 per se, but.
Is that, Mr. Ahrens, is that something you can,
This question is about whether road design would be required, is that correct?
in RN4, before they submit for a special use, is that a requirement in the city?
If the subdivision of the lot requires a right-of-way, it would require engineered design plans for that road. And it does, I do believe that it would require a right-of-way due to the level of intensity coming from those developments.
So it's an absolute catch-22 in the development of the property when it gets to be more than an acre, because we can't apply for the building to be used as a special use permit until we spend all the money to find out whether it can or not, and then it may not get approved, and then the subdivision is a waste of time and money.
So this, I mean, it's, Commissioner Gill, I'm going to call on you, but I mean, I think this is part of, I think we need to take a look at RN4 a little bit and maybe RN3. Did you want to comment before I call on Mr. Gill?
I guess if it's new roads that they're putting in, they would still have to come before this body. Maybe I'm misunderstanding as well the process. I don't know if the other staff want to weigh in, but it seems like it would have to come here, and it could be considered as part of the special use process.
I can clarify.
Okay.
So a plat is not required for a special use application. With a concept plan, you can show a proposed layout, but it does not need to be platted and recorded for a special use approval. Multifamily requires a lot that is more than 40,000 square feet to be subdivided, and you cannot have an access easement to serve multifamily units. So therefore, you need to have a private right-of-way or public right-of-way. This is why a concept plan is required, but a plat or a record of a plat is not required.
So you can see the catch-22 that we're involved with here. Planning staff is told, we had a meeting with Samuel to speak specific. I brought the architect, Mr. Randolph, in to be able to answer any questions that might need to be done on the plan that you can see that we've already presented to create a CAD designed road profile and where we think the property lines will be on the property. And we were told quite clearly that that would not be acceptable. The only thing that would be acceptable are stamped engineering plans for the road profiles and the grading site plan for the property. And so you can appreciate the problem, and the people that work in the real estate business here can really appreciate the problem. You're trying to do a road profile and a grading plan for building locations that haven't been approved yet. And it's to make that as a requirement before you can submit for the special use permit is just unbelievably onerous. It really limits what can be done in the RN4 zone. You have the drawings. We were prepared. We were trying to submit for the RN4 approval for the plans that you have in front of you, which, by the way, I think are really nice plans. I think it's a beautiful building. It'll be a great location for this building. It meets the demand that people have been talking about for more than a year at almost every single meeting where you have a review of what's needed for the 6,000 or 8,000 housing units that we're behind in the city of Knoxville, this overarching demand for 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. And this is a beautiful location for that. We're right on a bus line. We're a half mile from everything that anybody would want to do and have. It's a fantastic location for this kind of product. And yet we can't bring it forward unless we spend all these thousands of dollars. And not speaking about money, but it is a decision as to what we want to do with the property. And it just becomes onerous for anybody, not just me, but anybody that's looking to develop on a tract that is larger than 1 acre in the RN4 zone. You could see how beautifully this would work if it was just 1 acre, there would be no problem. But because it's multiple acres, it becomes a really significant issue to try to get these things designed. And so that's the reason that we're asking for the flexibility that is available in the RN5 zone so that we can proceed with the project. You all may not be able to put restrictions on the property, but I can put deed restrictions on the property that will ensure these things that I'm asking for would be part of any transaction that would occur going forward.
Commissioner Gill, please.
Yes, thank you. So, I mean, as I want to just kind of talk a little bit about what Commissioner Adams already kind of started with here. And I want to say, first of all, I do like your plan, Mr. Jerrigan. I think it's a really cool plan. So you're correct. I'm very familiar with this. I drive by it on my way to Lowe's. I have a 135-year-old house. I'm there quite a bit. So I'm very familiar with exactly where this plot of land is. And so it would be nice to see some development here. That being said, I think that one of the pieces of the history that we should probably talk about on this is that you guys did request this in 2023 to be an RN4. That was your request, and it was done at this staff's recommendation. I appreciate it. I mean, one of the reasons they more than likely recommended that, not to say I would let staff say if they can remember this case, but you're surrounded by RN1 and RN2 all over there, and it would have been a hard sell to get RN5 through a body at that point in time anyway. So now here we are coming back in the reasoning that you're stipulating that you don't want to have RN4, which under your own admission, you could do this whole project under, save for some uncomfortable engineering diagrams that you would be required to have anyway. It's just the timing of when that's going to occur that's bothering you. I think that one of the concerns that I have, and I'm very happy to see more development, is that intersection is incredibly busy. It's very busy. And your proposal has a new road being added there that will require quite a bit of involvement with engineering to make sure that that meets all of the applicable requirements for safety. It's now going to be a four-way stop. There's a stop sign there. I don't know what a traffic study would entail. There's a reason why an engineering diagram would be kind of appropriate at this point in time for that. So I guess a lot of this is hinging on what the difference between RN5 and RN4 is, and we've said a couple of times that you have to come for a special use under RN4 to do this. Can planning ask, is that required under RN5? Is the idea is RN5, that's all by right, and he can do whatever he wants, and that's the last time we'd see him?
Yes, multifamily is a permitted use in RN5.
Right. So I think that one of the reasons why RN4 was suggested here by staff, and again, staff, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to speak for you, I wasn't here in 2023, but one of the reasons why RN4 was recommended was specifically so that it would have to come before this body again to make sure that is in keeping with the surrounding area. I'm aware that it is developing quite quickly in that area. There's a lot of housing going in, but at that particular location, you're still pretty far back from that. If this was up the road and closer to the RN5 that was across from Lowe's, that might be a different conversation, but you're having to build a road in order to accommodate the sight lines and the distances that you're going to need to be able to put this development in. And it's not inappropriate that when we're reviewing a concept plan that you're able to speak to definitively of whether or not that's going to be possible within the confines of the code.
I have no problem at all with the review. When we accepted the RN4 zone, we had a very clear idea of the kind of projects that we wanted to do on the property, and we had 2 or 3 different styles. We originally were going to do townhomes on the property, duplex townhomes on the property, and as we saw the need for this single family, the 1-bedroom units coming forward, we really began to look at how the property could be redesigned to work with what the need for the housing is. Additionally, the requirement to spend all of the money on the front end for this project is what the problem is because it's not required in any other zoning. In any other zoning, I can apply for the building permit, the building look to be approved as a special use permit, and once the building concept is approved, then we can go ahead and go forward with the layout and the design. I have no problem at all coming back. We're spending the money for the architecture today. I'm not here saying this. We haven't designed what we're going to do yet.
I understand. I appreciate and understand what you're saying is that this is an onerous requirement, but that's onerous because of the type of development that you're trying to do. It is a special use. And so I think that I'm very sensitive to this, and I understand. I really like multifamily development if it's not been made plain already. I understand that this is an important project, but I think that there is a reason that the process is kind of asking you to do some front-end work on this. I don't think it's inappropriate that RN4 requires some of these. We've had multiple different projects come before us who have also struggled with this concept, and they want us to rezone and upzone to get around some of this. I get that this is frustrating, but I'm a little bit hesitant because we cannot conditionally zone in the city, regardless of whether or not you're willing to put deed restrictions, all of that on there. We as a body are very resistant to zoning changes unless it fits with the surrounding character. And RN5, if this came to us without a site plan and you were proposing RN5 today without these other things, I'm not sure I could support RN5 in this location without the knowledge of, with the conditions around. We wouldn't necessarily been able to make that case. We could make the case for RN4. It was done in 2023. You can go in and do what you want. As you said, it would allow up to 86 units. You're proposing 80. The problem is that the nervousness of what you're asking us to do is saying, hey, trust me, bro, I'll do what I say. And I think the side is the same thing. Like, this body is very supportive of large projects like this. We have a history, not saying that we're going to support it. I don't want to speak for my fellow commissioners, but we are a body that's quite supportive of development. And I think that if you were to do these, it's not that we're going to tell you no. We want to see that work done to make sure that it's appropriate before it's brought to us, to make sure that it fits the character of the neighborhood.
And again, I appreciate the fact that everybody wants to see something that's going to happen. And I'm happy to bring a concept plan back after we have approval of the buildings and the look of the buildings that are going to be built. I'm not asking for anything to be done or built or the ground turned in any way, but to have the onerous ability to have the road required, the platting subdivision done, and then not know that the buildings will be approved, I do not think is fair or appropriate.
But again, the issue here isn't necessarily the process that we're asking you to go through. The process is that we have to justify zoning changes based on a very specific set of conditions that we have to justify in order for it to conform with the legal requirements that we as a body have. And we would not, in my belief, maybe somebody else on here would disagree, in my belief, that piece of property does not meet those conditions. It did for RN4, it does not necessarily for RN5. We have to close our eyes to the actual development that's being done on the property. I hate that that's the case, but the truth is that you could decide that you're fed up with this for some other reason down the road and sell that property, and now that it's RN5, somebody can come in and do a wholly inappropriate development in that location that we've signed off on without actually considering the totality of what is happening in the neighborhood. At any point, somebody could appeal a decision that we've made here today and make the case in front of council or even perhaps in Chancery Court that we didn't meet the legal standard for a rezoning. And that's what I'm basing this on, is to say, I appreciate that this is onerous in the way you look at it. And we have talked today already about how we probably need to address some concerns in RN4. That's something that planning is willing to do. But the appropriate way to do that is to address that in the code. We can't really justify an RN5, in my opinion, based on the conditions. You're across the street from RN1 and next to an RN2 zone, and we just rezoned to RN4. So it's for that reason that I don't think that this is an appropriate rezoning, and I think staff has it right in this location. I do want to see this development, and I really do hope that you come back with your special use, and I'll gladly look at it and speak to its praises, provided that it meets the code. But at this time, I think we've probably talked enough about this. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to deny based on staff's recommendations.
Second.
Got a motion and a second from Commissioner Butler. And you had a comment too. Did you want to weigh in?
Well, yes, I just wanted to concur with what Commissioner Gill has said. I applaud the project. I think it is well planned and it is appropriate in this location. But if Mr. Jernigan changed his mind tomorrow, we would be left with an RN5 zone that we don't know what would happen with. So as Commissioner Gill has very aptly stated, I think it's an inappropriate solution to the developer's issue on this property.
Thank you. We got a motion on the floor, so we need to vote on it real quick. So pardon me, Mr. Jernigan. So we have a motion and a second to deny per staff's recommendation. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. I'm sorry.
Right. Thank you for the vote, and thank you for the time. I appreciate the comments, Mr. Gill. May I ask this question? can you as a body approve the concept plan that you have in front of you, the building plan, the architectural plan, and we have a site plan already there that we think fits on the property and can be divided into the appropriate lots? Can you all just simply approve that concept plan as appropriate in the RN4 zone, and we'll move forward with the project? We'll spend the money to do the engineering, we'll spend the money for the road profile.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we can because it hasn't really been reviewed by staff or anybody. I mean, I'd love to be able to do it. Yeah, it's not on the agenda. I want to help, but
It's not been properly noticed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
It's not been noticed. We haven't had a chance to review it in depth, and neither have they.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we are on to item number 14, Construction Management Group, David Presley. This is a rezoning request from RN1 to RN2. Staff motion is to deny the RN2 single-family residential neighborhood zoning district because the subject property does not have adequate access to support a rezoning on this site. The hillside protection overlay would be retained. And let's see. And we've got. You're the applicant?
Yeah. This is David Presley, 705 Gate Lane, 37909. I was actually going to request a postpone on that. Is that possible?
We can, if we can get a motion. Is there a commissioner that would motion for a postponement? 30-day postponement?
Thank you.
Yeah, 30-day postponement. So we got the Commissioner Barger and then seconded by Commissioner Daly for a 30-day postponement. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? No. Motion carries. Thank you. We are now on to agenda item number 15. It's for a rezoning request from RN1 to RN2. Staff recommendation is to deny RN2 zoning because district due to safety concerns with the driveway access and road conditions and a lack of changing conditions in the area, which do not support a rezoning of this site. Is the applicant present? Okay. Applicant is not here, so Chair will entertain a motion. Okay, so there's a motion to deny by Commissioner Barger, second by Commissioner Daly. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion carries. We are on to agenda item number 18.
Oh, that's a 30 days.
Sorry, this was the one that got postponed for 30 days, earlier. Okay, we are on to agenda item number 19, Tyler Stinnett, 0 Wallwood. This is a request for a two-family dwelling. The staff recommendation is to approve the request for a two-family dwelling because the scale is compatible with surrounding development and it's consistent with the criteria for approval. Is Mr. Stinnett available? Mr. Stinnett, is the applicant present? Okay. Is there any opposition on this?
Yes, you have somebody signed up named
Donna Lyons, is there a Donna Lyons, or Mr. Stinnett?
No, I'm not Mr. Stinnett, but I'm filling in for him. He was out of town this weekend.
Okay.
I mean, this week.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name's Larry Wright. Address 12948 Buckley Road, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37934.
Very good. So we have two people signed up to speak in opposition. Would you like to go first, or did you want to let the opposition go first?
I'll let the opposition go first.
Very good. So we will call Donna Lyons. Is Donna Lyons available? State your name and address for the record, Ms. Lyons, please.
Donna Lyons, 5716 Wallwood Road. Thanks for letting me speak today.
Yes, ma'am.
I have two concerns about the proposed dwelling on this property. The proposed building is going to be in a hillside protection area where it is intended to protect Knoxville's significant natural topographic features and to prevent potential serious consequences from hillside development such as increased erosion, fire, or flood hazards and property damage. This is exactly where the area where the building is supposed to be built, and I'm concerned about the excavation and the building of this building, that it would reduce the stability of this area, and some of the mature hardwood trees would be removed, and the debris and possible mud and erosion would flow into the stream below, which is a tributary of Second Creek. My second concern is that the present building there, the house that's already there on the property, is showing significant neglect because there's lots of vines and vegetation growing up on the side of the house in the back and up on the roof. It just appears that there's been neglect going on this property for some time on this house, and I'm afraid that with the new structure that is built, the same type of neglect may happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And now we have Kevin and Carolyn Smith. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Carolyn Smith, 5703 Wallwood Road, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37912.
Thank you.
We live across and up from the proposed place that this housing is going to be built, and we're very concerned because we are seniors, and one day we might want to sell our house, and I'm very concerned about having a multifamily dwelling in our neighborhood. Nothing against the owner, nothing against the need for further residences in Knoxville, but it's just a big concern. And actually the house that's next to that property is for sale. And we were over there the other day, and the real estate agent had no idea that there was a proposed duplex going to be built on that property. And the people that were there to look at the house that was for sale were very concerned, and they walked out without talking to the real estate agent about proposal for buying that home. So we're just concerned about the neighborhood and having, and it's a small neighborhood. It's been there since the 1950s, family-oriented, and there are a lot of retirees in that neighborhood. And, you know, the other concern is the possibility in the future of tax increase. So that's what our concern is, and that's what some of our neighbors' concern is also, those that couldn't be here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah, did you sign up or?
I didn't get to. I arrived too late, but I'm 5707.
That's fine. If you can come up and state your name and address for the record.
Beth Wood, 5707 Wallwood. I just wanted to, because I apologize for being late.
Sure.
I just wanted to also concur with my neighbors as well for their same reasoning as well.
Very good. Thank you. Okay. So I think there was a question about the hillside. Ms. Hillman, could you speak to that, please?
Yes, this development is in the hillside protection area, and we did ensure that the disturbance that's proposed is staying within the disturbance budget of the slope analysis. It is, and that would be further verified during the permitting process when they provide grading plans. If it's exceeding the disturbance budget, then it wouldn't be permitted.
Very good.
And just to note, the disturbance that's permitted is 8,627 feet. Their proposed disturbance is 7,645 feet.
Very good. Very good. Thank you. Okay, so we have the applicant or the applicant's representative ready to speak on his behalf.
And I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of Tyler Stennett. But all of the codes that for this building process will be adhered to, the hillside protection, all of the, as far as the excavation, tree removal, we will pay attention to anything that we can do to make sure that we don't disrupt the neighborhood. And with all older neighborhoods where there are a lot of seniors, that will be taken into account with the building process. Other than that, everything else will be addressed during the building process.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, I have just a quick question. It's related to what Ms. Hillman was helping with. I'm looking at the case file, and the property, I'm trying to give you the page number. I'm not sure it has a page number. But it shows the property where it's positioned right in the hillside, but it shows a picture of like 5 or 6 trees on the border of the property line. And I'm just questioning, are those there to reflect a sort of buffer that's going to be provided? Maybe this is for the applicant as well. But I just want to clarify that even if those are for buffer, they are not the representation of everything being denuded and then these few trees being added back.
Yes, if you look at the site plan, only the dotted blue line around the proposed duplex is the disturbance.
Okay.
And these are additional proposed trees along the edge.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. I think we might have had one more opposition. Is there a Don Rackard in the audience? Sorry, my apologies. We looked over your name there briefly. If you could just state your name and address for the record, Mr. Rackard.
My name is Don Rackard, 5701 Wallwood Road, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37912. My concerns have been already asked, so I won't take up your time, but am concerned, and also I'm concerned that I can't hear half of the words that are said. Either people are turning their head talking to one of their constituents and not speaking into the microphone, so I can't understand what they're talking about.
Understood.
That has nothing to do with the property, but that might be something that could be addressed so that the people that take their time to come up here can understand what's going on.
All right, Mr. Rackard. Sometimes we have to have little side conferences. But, thank you, sir. So is there any other questions from commissioners? The applicant, did you want to have another comment?
No, apologies for not speaking into the microphone.
Understand. Ms. Hillman?
I'll just add a comment regarding the stream. Stream buffering is required. We did verify that the proposed disturbance was outside of the stream buffering area, so that's just another standard that was adhered to with this proposal.
Very good. Commissioner Gill.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say a few things. I want to say I appreciate the comments that were made, but it's clear that the hillside protection falls within the code and what we're looking to do. That disturbance budget's below. Considerations have been made about buffering this from the adjoining properties and making sure that we're within buffering for the stream. So I think that we've met the environmental and engineering concerns that are here. I think that broadly, this housing diversity, it was made a comment that there's a lot of seniors in this neighborhood, and I think it's behooves everybody to remember that the more options that we make for people, the better. There's good things to have for housing diversity, and not everybody wants to live in a house. A lot of people, as they age, they require different accommodations, and a smaller single-level dwelling might be more appropriate for somebody, particularly if they're trying to stay close to somebody in the neighborhood. Additionally, duplexes like this allow for people to enter into neighborhoods, and they tend to be the ones that end up buying the homes that end up coming up for sale. So I think that this is appropriate for this location, and it has met the requirements necessary in order to put it in place. So I'd like to make a motion to approve per staff recommendation.
Second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Gill and a second from Ms. Perez. Commissioner Perez, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we are going to move on to item number 20, Mainland MCA Knoxville. The zoning is RN4. Proposed use is removal of the planned district designation C on the property. We have several people signed up in opposition. Are you for the opposition or for the applicant?
Applicant.
And yeah, if you go ahead and state your name and for the record.
Adam Conetop, 1025 Investment Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37923.
Very good, and you are going to defer. So we have Mr. Larry Silverstein. Are you available?
Larry Silverstein, 7808 Sheffield Drive, 37909. I'm speaking for the West Hills Community Association and the homeowners who live adjacent to or very near the property before you today. We oppose removing the C designation on this property. We submitted a letter in opposition to removing the C on August the 12th. We disagree with the staff recommendation and its conclusion, which was based on inappropriately applying the standards for evaluating a special use under Article 16.2 F2. The special use standards only apply when a specific special use is being requested. That is not the case in this application. This application requests that the C be removed. Removing the C designation removes the requirement that the parcel be developed under the planned residential zoning. If the C is removed, the property will be developed under RN4 zoning. The question is whether this property should be developed under planned residential approved in 2016 or under RN4 approved in 2024 by a 5-4 vote of City Council. It is clear to us that the property should be developed under planned residential, not RN4. Keep in mind that planned residential and RN4 allow many of the same uses, including detached houses, attached houses, duplexes, townhouses, and multifamily housing. What is different between these two districts is that planned residential provides for public input for all developments. RN4 provides for public input for only some developments. In 2016, the property was rezoned from R1E to planned residential after a lot of discussion, negotiation, and assurances between the community and the developer who planned to build a memory care center. A large part of the reason that the agreement was reached was the fact that planned residential requires a public review of all uses and development plans before public bodies. The community relied on that planned residential process in case the memory care center was not built. In fact, it was never built. Many communities relied on the two-step review process of the planned zoning districts, and that is why RECODE included previously approved planned districts in its transition rules. It made good on those assurances. Many properties were zoned with a planned zone because they had environmental or other constraints. This is one of those properties with hillside and floodway issues, as well as access issues. In fact, the August 6, 2025 staff report states, quote, the former RP1 zoning provided optional methods of land development to encourage more imaginative solutions to environmental design problems. The 2016 staff recommendation for the rezoning from R1E to planned residential deserves strong consideration as it reflects the conditions that existed in 2016 and continue today. That 2016 recommendation, written by Mike Reynolds, states, recommend that City Council approve RP1 zoning up to 1 dwelling unit per acre as requested. The RP1 zoning up to 1 dwelling unit per acre is compatible with the surrounding land uses and zoning pattern and is consistent with the sector and one-year plan proposals for the property. For all of these reasons, same uses allowed in both districts, constraints on the property, assurances to neighborhoods, the planned residential zone, and its public review process of all development plans is far superior to RN4 zoning and its review process. Therefore, we ask the C remain in place. We also assert that several of the mandatory standards are not met and cannot be evaluated without knowing what the specific use would be. Without knowing the specific use, one cannot determine if the use would significantly injure the value of adjacent property. Only as of yesterday, from a posted sign, we know that the applicant has requested a variance from City BZA to be heard next week to reduce minimum lot width in RN4 from 20 feet to 9.5 feet. That acknowledges the fact that RN1 does not allow what the owner is planning and supports our position that RP is the better zone for the property and the C should be kept. I called Ms. Bousquet yesterday and she called me back this morning. She was unaware of the variance request. She informed me that an application for special use is to be heard in September. Please do not think that RN4 provides the same opportunity for public review as RP does, just because the applicant has filed for a special use for this one development. The fact remains that under RN4, many developments can be approved without a required public hearing. The development that is subject of the September special use application may never be built. and new applications that do not require public review under RN4 may be forthcoming. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Silverstein. That was the totality of the 5 minutes for the opposition, but yeah, we'll give the opposition some more time. You don't have any more? Mr. Hume or Mr. Zayat?
No, they gave their time to me.
Very good. Well, thank you for that. That's exactly how we like it. Back on to the applicants.
We have coordinated with planning staff, according to our conversations with planning staff. If we were to keep the C designation, we would be limited to 4 units at a density of 1 unit per acre. That's what we were told we were allowed to do without any changes. If we remove the designation, we can go RN4. We can go up to 8 townhouses. That's a density of 1/2 acre per unit without coming back to a special use, getting your input, getting the public's input. So 1/2 acre per unit seems very reasonable, but we're going to come back for something else, and everyone gets to give their input, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Kelsey Busquet, where is Kelsey sitting today? Oh, there you are. Would you mind speaking to how you arrived at the removal? I mean, I think there's a little bit of confusion about where, what the zoning was before. It was a planned zoning before RECODE came through. Now RECODE came through. Now it does have the C designation, but I think there might be a little bit of confusion with regard to what that C actually means.
Yeah, so the C designation just stands for the previously approved plan district that was assigned to the site in the 2016 rezoning, as mentioned by Mr. Silverstein. And so any potential development that retains that C designation would be required to develop under that previous zoning, so under that RP1 development. And I'll just clarify that in the transition rules, Article 1.4G3, any changes to a previously approved plan district or request to remove the plan district designation from a property shall be made through the special use process, and that's why this is a special use case. It doesn't require an alternative use to request the removal.
Very good. Commissioner Adams.
This particular RP is one of the zones that we lost through RECODE, correct? Yeah. And so I'm trying to find like analogies in my head for, it's similar to what we see in plan development to a way, because there is kind of a back and forth in terms of community input and understanding of what is to happen on the parcel.
I would say it's more similar to the planned residential zone in the county. So it would require a rezoning, and then it would require a plan to come forward to you all.
And so, I mean, this is a zone that predates my time on commission, so I'm just trying to get my head straight around it. And I'm trying to remember if we've had one of these before that I've experienced where a developer has come in to say, I'd like to remove this, and the community that bought into the previous idea is now wondering what's happening. Has there been one in recent times?
I don't know if I remember one where it's been contested, but you all have considered a number of these since 2020, removing that C designation. I'm sure there's been one that was contested. I just can't, off the top of my head, I can't think of one. Anybody else?
So I guess what I'm trying to think through is the community's role in this, that I know that there have been previous times when there were specifically memory care facilities. I don't know why that particular usage is one that I've seen in this capacity before, where there's been a commitment to do a memory care facility and then that changes. But that does seem like a very different type of intensity for development, and then to have that go away and become RN4, it seems like a big shift. But I'm interested to see what other people think.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. I mean, the base zone is now RN4. It's not, you know, the legacy of the other. There was a reason it got changed. It was voted on in a legislative process. But I mean, the way I'm seeing it is the applicant is still going to come through us with a special use as well. So, I mean, they're coming back through, and at that point, I think that's where the public input really happens.
Just pretending for a moment that the C stays there in this case. Moving forward, the applicant has only the ability to build the memory care facility at that density. That's the only thing they can do in that. Or is it just anything at that density?
They can request a special use for an alternative design under the old RP1 standards as well. So the way the transition rules are written, it's any change to or removal is a special use. So if they want to change it from a memory care facility to something else, that would also be a special use. And I will add that this came before us for rezoning, retaining the C designation, but that rezoning to RN4 was approved by Planning Commission.
Also, just a point of clarification, the memory care facility was, it was approved a number of years ago. It's expired at this point, so.
Well, are there any other comments or questions or concerns on the motion from the staff recommendation? The motion is to approve the request to remove the previously approved planned District C designation from this parcel because it will enable the development that is consistent, or will enable development that is consistent with the current zoning and the surrounding area. Commissioner Midas.
I guess this is a question for Kelsey. So if for sure it'll come back to us, or is it only if they do multifamily that it would come back?
So if they want to do any development over 8 dwelling units an acre, if they wanted to do single-family houses, for example, it would require a concept plan review if they want to do more than 5 lots. If they want to do duplexes of a certain number of lots, that would also require a special use, or I'm sorry, a concept plan review. But for the specific special use approval, it would be for multifamily of 9 or more units and townhouses of 9 or more units.
Say that again, the last thing you just said.
So essentially for special use approval,
okay,
it would require a multifamily development of 9 units or more, or a townhouse development of 9 units or more. If they want to do single-family homes, for example, it would depend on the number of lots they want to build, which would require a separate approval by this body.
That's like a concept plan.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Right, so it sounds like, you know, there's either a special use or a concept plan. Is that accurate to say, or that would be coming back? It I mean, depending on the use, of course.
There's going to be one on the September agenda. There's one that's been submitted already.
A special use coming through, but we're just talking about removing the C today, though, I guess.
Right.
But if we remove the C, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that there would either have to be a concept plan, as Commissioner Midas was getting at, or a special use if it's more multifamily or something along that line.
If say only one dwelling unit was proposed, that would not require a concept plan. So it wouldn't necessarily come before this body.
Very good, yeah, that's fine.
RN4 also allows multiple houses on one lot. That would also not require a special use.
Right, very good. Thank you. All right, are there any other questions? Again, the staff recommendation is to approve the request to remove the Planned District C. Is there a motion on the floor? Or you
I'll
have
go
a
ahead and
comment?
make that motion to approve the removal of the C designation per staff recommendation.
Very good. Okay, we got Commissioner Anderson on the motion to approve, Commissioner Barger on the second. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We are on to agenda item number 24. Lynn Holt is the applicant with ORNL Federal Credit Union. The request is for a proposed use of a bank with a drive-through facility. The staff recommendation is to deny the development plan and alternative compliance request for a branch bank with a drive-through facility due to not meeting the purpose and intent for alternative compliance with TC1 Town Center District regulations per Article 3, Section 3.12.n.3, or the development plan and standards for North Shore Town Center. Is the applicant present? So Mr. Sanders, you want to give your name and address for the record?
Daniel Sanders, 920 Volunteer Landing, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37915.
Very good.
I have with me Wendy Ward, who's the general counsel for ORNL, David Sabina, who's our architect, and Annette Hommel, who's our project engineer.
Very good. Okay. And we also have a, let's see, what's this one? Gerald Carl. Is it Gerald Carl here?
This is remote.
Oh, he's remote. Very good. Technology. All right. So, Mr. Carl, I'm showing you for the proposal. So we will, did you want to make a comment, Mr. Carl?
No, the gentleman, Mr. Sanders and Mr. Sabina can speak for me. I wanted to be able to listen in today. Thank you.
Very good. If you wouldn't mind just stating your name and address for the record.
Sure. Gerald Carley, 1601 Marys Avenue, Suite 2G8, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, 15215.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we have the staff recommendation is to deny the development plan. There is no opposition, so to speak. Would Mr. Sanders like to speak or regarding the denial recommendation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Daniel Sanders. Again, I'm here on behalf of ORNL Federal Credit Union. I have representatives with me here today. ORNL has been a trusted financial partner for over 77 years in our community. We are a member-owned institution with deep local roots, committed to serving individuals, families, and small businesses. ORNL has invested in the people and the neighborhoods it serves, and North Shore community is no different. Today, we are seeking approval for a 4,100 square foot branch location with 2 drive-through lanes. The design complements the existing ORNL location to the south. It also creates a lakefront plaza with pedestrian connections to the lake, to adjoining properties, and to Town Center Boulevard. I want to address 2 key concerns raised by staff's recommendation that were also addressed in a letter that I submitted to the public comment section yesterday morning. The first is the drive-through location. TC1 permits banks with drive-throughs located to the rear of the building. Our drive-through is located opposite the front door, which is literally and functionally the rear of the building. The ordinance, the applicable ordinance, current ordinance, defines drive-through very narrowly as the transaction area or window where customers remain in their car and receive service, not the driveways or drive aisles that lead to the drive-through location. By that definition, our design complies with the TC1 regulation. The ordinance does not require driveways or drive aisles to be located to the rear of the building. No transactions and no service windows are located in those areas. The other concern I want to address is the parking location. TC1 is also driving this concern, the staff has. All 4 spaces previously in front of the building have been removed, the parking spaces. The parking is now located behind the building's front face, and consistent with the ordinance definition of building as including any part thereof, the parking remains fully behind the building, which was behind the front facade, which is part of the building. It's fully integrated into the shared parking system for the Town Center Boulevard. It's available to people who want to come visit the lake, et cetera. So the ordinance is clear. This plan meets the requirements of the ordinance. And if you want to interpret it in another way, to where we don't fall within those requirements, I think what you're dealing with there is an ambiguity. And as you're well aware, under Tennessee law, if an ordinance is ambiguous, i.e. it can be read in 2 different ways, you have a responsibility to interpret the ordinance in accordance with the property owner's free and unrestricted use. And in here, that's our interpretation of the ordinance, which I think is clear, that it meets those two requirements. The site also has unique fixed constraints, including sewer easement along Town Center Boulevard and an existing driveway connection. And I see that I am running over my time, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sabina and ask that you guys approve this special use and development plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. You state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Dave Sabina, 3 Farm Colony Drive, Warren, Pennsylvania, 16365. The site had several design constraints to it, one being the sewer easement that is right behind the front yard setback line, increasing our front yard to about 50 feet. So our canopy at the front of the building is on that setback line. We had a established driveway and a through road that goes and bisects the property in the back. And then we have the intersection at the light. So the building is as far forward as we can be. We have given as much pedestrian access through this parcel and reduced as many vehicular conflicts with those pedestrians. Every brown crosswalk is a concrete crosswalk accentuated for that pedestrian safety. And about only 33% of this lot is for vehicular movement. The rest is really dedicated to the pedestrian. Visually, the location of the drive-through is probably at the least conflicting area of the entire lot, allowing for the entrance and exit of that to have as least amount of conflicts with everything that's there. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for your comments. I was going to ask Mr. Reynolds if he could shed a little light on it. This is a complicated one in the sense that this, if you're familiar with this piece of property, it's been through a lot of changes over the years. It was originally planned as a town center. It was purchased, gosh, back in probably in the early 2000s by a developer, by a town, foreclosed on, rezoned, changed. So there's been a lot of moving parts with this. So Mike, if you could give us a little background on the zoning side and where you formed your recommendation.
Sure. So as you alluded to, the project really kicked off primarily in 2001, 2004 with the rezoning and then eventual development plan approval for town center. It kind of started over the first few years, and then around 2009, I think it changed hands to a new owner. And then 2011, they saw a rezoning of part of the property from TC1 Town Center to PC1 Planned Commercial. That'd be the portion mainly directly across the street from the subject site on the east side of Town Center Boulevard, and then back to like where the target is, like that area, if you're familiar with the development. And so it was a very targeted area that was asked to be removed from the town center, knowing that the rest of the property then would develop as intended under the town center zoning and the original development plan. And I guess that's kind of where we're at now. We have a proposal that is asking for exceptions to the town center zoning through the alternative compliance process, which they're allowed to do. That process says that it should foster an innovative, high-quality, environmentally sustainable development that meets the intent of the pedestrian-oriented mixed-use district that would not otherwise be allowed by the strict interpretation of the district regulations. And I think it's the innovative part of it that's kind of the hard one. I mean, it's going to be a high-quality project. I can't really speak to the environmental sustainability part, but is it innovative in moving the town center zoning or the idea of what the pedestrian-oriented development is supposed to be? I have a hard time with that personally. And I just wanted to address a couple of pieces that Mr. Sanders brought up in his letter regarding the zoning code. When he addresses or references the drive-through facility definition, that's in the current zoning code. We're dealing with the old zoning code, the pre-2020 zoning code. It does not have a definition for drive-through facility. So it does not define what is included in the drive-through facility, whether it's the point of sale, whether it's the drive-through lanes. But there is a reference to drive-through lanes in the parking section of the old zoning ordinance. I mean, specifically referencing lanes that goes to a facility, a drive-through. And if the proposed lanes are not part of the drive-through facility, then what are they there for? Without those lanes, the drive-through doesn't function. It's part of the drive-through. I don't know how to explain it any other way. But also when the code talks about having parking behind the structure, if you look at the illustrative plan and the master plan for the 2004 and 2011 plans that are in exhibits G, I think, or something like that in the packet, it clearly shows that anything that's surface parking is behind the structure. It's not to the side. The only thing that's to the side is actually a parking structure. Parking structures can be to the side, to the front, doesn't matter. A surface parking is behind the structure. It's clearly illustrated behind structures.
Very good, thank you. So I've got a question, and I'm sure there'll be some other commissioners that want to opine, but can you help me understand, with the original existing ORNL now has a drive-through in the front of it? I guess I'm trying to, if you're talking about pedestrian.
That's a little bit harder to explain. The 2011 plan that was mainly associated with the planned commercial zoning. I'll just throw that out there. It had a conceptual plan associated with it, and that also showed pretty much the new layout, but it was anticipated in the town center zoning area as well. Where the existing 3-story RNL building is, that plan showed a building set back by the lake with parking in front, and that was used as justification in the staff report to allow the orientation that's built.
Very good. Nick, is it possible for you to pull up KGIS again, just so we can see that, and maybe just the actual aerial view of it? I'm having trouble pulling KGIS up on my computer, so yeah, maybe Nick will have trouble too. Well, go ahead. Yeah, it looks like we're having a little bit of computer Wi-Fi issues maybe up here, but I guess part of me, you had mentioned if anybody knows where the Target is, and there's some other retail, I would call it on the east side of that area. There's, just looking at it from 10,000 feet, there's a First Tennessee over there that's almost oriented exactly the same. It's just on the other side of the boulevard. There's a Chick-fil-A over there that has a drive-through that's oriented similarly to the what the proposed use is from ORNL. So, I mean, but I understand there's nuances between the different zonings, but between town center, yeah, okay, that's pulled it up now. I hope you guys can see it behind me. Very good. Yeah, I don't know if you can zoom in on that a little bit, but yeah, okay, so we can see maybe a gravel parking lot over there where the proposed use is, the drive-through on the existing ORNL building that's backing up to the water. And then directly across, you can see I believe it's the First Tennessee Bank that has a drive-through that's perpendicular to the main road. I think part of that is going to be, what is the definition of the main road? Is it that boulevard, or is it the road pulling in? That's up for interpretation, I think.
Just really quickly, you mentioned the existing drive-through. This plan removes the existing drive-through. That one will go away, which was approved under the TC1.
Right.
So it goes away. This one.
If you could speak a little closer to the mic.
The existing drive-through, which is in front of the building, directly in
Yes.
front of the building in the parking lot, those 2 kiosks you see.
That will be removed.
Those go away.
Yeah.
Those are going to be removed.
Yeah, great. And yeah, that's perfect. I was just trying to give a little color about, with the area, with the other drive-throughs in the area. Commissioner Adams.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the area that you're talking about on the other side of the Boulevard, where the other establishments are. I was interpreting what Mr. Reynolds' case file was saying is that those were part of the other area that is not as designated for pedestrian.
That is correct.
So those are not really relevant in terms of how I perceive the interpretation of this case file from Mr. Reynolds, that he's focusing on how this particular zone and area is supposed to be developed. And when you presented on Tuesday, it was like really listening hard and trying to make sure I was understanding what was going on in that. And I finally got to the kernel of it. I think it's all the drive-through, and that the amount of flow-through that's dedicated to automobile space and that orientation versus the pedestrian components is what seems to be the sticking point, that's just not how that was intended to be built out, to be that pedestrian area. Is that?
That's fair, yes,
fair?
that's correct.
Okay.
Very good. Okay. You dropped out? You're not on. We got a bunch of people now. That's what, let's see. Yeah. Commissioner Gill, you were next.
Yeah, thank you. So I unfortunately was unable to make agenda review, but I did watch it. And one of the things that got referenced in agenda review was this sewer line. I wanted to kind of ask some specific questions about the sewer line. It's one of the conditions that council has brought up regarding the reasoning why they have to locate the building where they are because of a sewer line. Can somebody show what that is, and maybe why is it running through the front of a building in a TC1 zone that specifically stipulates that buildings are supposed to be next to the road, and then we put an easement right next to the road so a building can't be built next to the road? And is there a way to address that? I mean, we're looking at a situation where I am super supportive of pedestrian-focused architecture. I have been on record eviscerating other projects because they won't locate their building on the road and they put their drive-through right next to the road. It's my biggest pet peeve. But I mean, there's a sewer easement right where they need to put a building. Like, what happened there? Can somebody, I don't know who to ask that question to, if that's staff or.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can tell you only from my experience. You know, again, we've got a development that's been, for lack of a better term, retreaded, you know, rezoned, redesigned, different owners. You know, my experience is when you do run something like that, you're trying, whoever's vision it was at the time was probably trying to create a space that they had a vision for. So I'm going to run that sewer line right here and then do it 90 degrees and go that way. And then, but that vision, I think, is long gone. So now it's a legacy of the project.
And that's owned by the utility, correct? Like,
it's done by the private developer and approved by the utility. So as long as, you know, they can put them pretty much wherever they want to, as long as they approve it.
so who currently owns it, I guess is what I'm, who could move it if it needed to be moved?
It would be
on
the-
ORNL for moving that sewer line, or whoever owns it?
It would be whoever owns it, yeah, to relocate it. I mean, the applicant, would you like to make a comment?
Yep. Annette Hummel, 10215 Technology Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37932. I'm the civil engineer on this project. The sewer line is a public sewer line, sewer main that's owned by First Utility District.
Right, yeah. So if it were to be relocated, it would, the burden would not fall on First Utility District, it would fall on ORNL to move it.
And that's the critical piece that I kind of wanted to get to, because if it was located here by the private landowner and y'all owned it, I'm not necessarily sympathetic to then saying, oh, we can't locate our building on the road because of our own lack of foresight. But if this is a publicly owned one and the utility put it in, and you would incur a cost for the public utility being in the way, I'm sympathetic to that argument. It's unfortunate because that destroys the entire intent of the TC1, was to have buildings located on the road for pedestrian architecture, and then we made it impossible by putting a public-owned right-of-way right in the middle of that. So I don't know how we address that, but that's a concerning point.
Quickly, and I know there's a lot of commissioners that I'll get to, but I think Mike can speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this was not installed by First Utility District. It was installed by the developer of the property, not necessarily RNL. I think they probably came in later on that, but that was not First Utility District. Like, it's not their design. They approved the design as in saying, like, that, yes, this meets our standards, but it's the developer who creates the design.
They put it in, but they now own it. First Utility now owns it, and it is a public utility. Commissioner Butler.
Thank you. I must admit, I came to this when I first started reading this with a little preconceived idea because I used to live in North Shore Town Center, and as an architect have done master plans for that for different developers. So I have a certain understanding of the site, particularly around the body of water that the bank is looking to develop. And I guess I am also have a level of understanding and sympathy for the fact that the utility easement runs through the front there. However, I appreciate the fact that the design addresses the front. And when you talk about parking to the rear or the drive-through to the rear, I'd like to point out that this property has no rear, in my opinion, because you have the whole concept originally for the development was that there would be a boardwalk around the body of water open to the public and allowing that to be more public domain. And I appreciate the fact that the design now initiates that. It's been sitting there for about 25 years with nobody recognizing that. And so this design starts to do that and hopefully is continued on around the body of water, and it'd be a lovely promenade, if you will, around that and an amenity for the community. And I think the drive-through, if you've got to have a driveway, I think it's good that it's from being removed from the adjacent building. And if you're going to put it somewhere, they've put it in probably the best possible spot to put it because it is behind the front of the building. Yes, there are drive lanes, and I hope that there's some landscaping there to address the public way. But what they've done in the rear of the building is create a public amenity with that beginning of the boardwalk. So all in all, I know this does not meet the original design intent for the town center zoning that I came before this body on other projects that were against, weren't complying with that vision. But I think this is probably about the most responsive way you could deal with this site for the bank to do this function. And whereas it is still town center zoning, it's starting to acknowledge some of the amenity that they wanted there. And it is across the street from the other zoning that, the planned commercial zoning that allowed drive-throughs and aren't as sensitively placed as this one is. So I appreciate what has been proposed here, given the constraints that they have.
Very good.
And I would, unless there are other people, well, I'll wait on that since.
I would just continue with where you were going.
Okay. And as such, I would make a motion that we support this proposal.
Second.
Okay. So we've got a motion and a second motion by Commissioner Butler and a second by multiple people, but we'll give it to Barger. She was very patient and waiting. To approve the development plan and alternative compliance request for a bank branch with a drive-through because it does meet the purpose and intent for alternative compliance with TC1 district regulations. Is that okay? Okay. Would you like to make a comment,
Yeah,
Commissioner
just
Barger?
very shortly, because I know that we've taken up a lot of time on this, but I grew up in this area. This is my home within a mile of this, and I just wanted to say thank you to ORNL. This is kind of like the best of both worlds. And that lake right there, the original intent, like Commissioner Butler said, was to have a boardwalk around the entire lake, and I'm pretty sure that it was supposed to be a bunch of restaurants that have not come through. And so when you've got somebody that wants to build something that is trying to be compliant, that is trying to make the community nicer, and they're putting in a boardwalk or the beginning of that boardwalk to where our kids can go out there and enjoy that part of the lake where it's safe for them to, fish in the backyard and do things like that. I'm very much in support of this project.
Thank you for your comments. We have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the development plan and an alternative compliance. We have one more. Oh, Commissioner Midas, I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
No, it's okay. I just turned this on.
I got you.
You know, I appreciate all your comments, and the building looks nice. I guess my feeling, and the reason I'll probably vote no against it, is I feel like a double drive-through, parking, all that doesn't seem pedestrian friendly. This is something I could see other places in Knoxville, and I still have such hopes and aspirations for the town center that it'll continue doing some of the development like it has, like with Kazzy's on the other side. I would love to see a development around that lake, and I just worry voting for this is just gonna allow for an opportunity for more development that's not pedestrian friendly and not in the vision of the town center. But thank you for your comments, I appreciate them.
Thank you, Commissioner Midas. Okay, we do have a motion to approve on the floor and seconded. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? Commissioner Midas. Thank you. Motion passes. We're going to take a 5-minute recess just to take a quick break and get back into it. We'll be back at 3:35. right, so we can try to start making our way back to our seats. That'd be great. All right, we are going to resume the meeting now. Thank you for the break. Our next item on the agenda is item number 30. Number 30. This is a appeal of a decision, staff-made decision, denying a middle housing request. Applicant is R. Bentley Marlowe. In the staff action being appealed, their recommendation is to deny. Is that written in here? Okay, so action. The project as presented in the attached application does not meet the applicable standards per Knoxville City Code, Appendix B, Zoning Code, Article 4.6. The building does not meet the design standards for townhouses, Article 4.6.E.5.C, and does not meet the intent of middle housing standards, Article 4.6, intended to promote the development of neighborhood-scale housing forms which are compatible with existing housing in the surrounding area, or Article 4.6.E.4, to generate new middle housing buildings that are similar in footprint, height, and setbacks with the existing neighborhood, or Article 4.6.G. The intent of Article 4.6 is to allow middle housing types which are in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood and will not be injurious to it or the public welfare. Is Mr. Marlowe present?
R. Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas, 37921. Is there any opposition?
Is there any opposition to Mr. Marlowe's appeal?
Hello, everybody. I'm Jonah Pruitt, an architect at OYSK3 Architects, and today I am speaking as representative of the architects of record for this project.
Okay, so you are speaking in favor of the appeal?
Yes, in favor of the appeal.
Not in opposition. Very good.
Not in
Thank you.
opposition, forgive me. So, speaking on, we're working on this project. We did our best to interpret the rules and the spirit of the middle housing standards. The organization of units is in keeping with architectural traditions of what I consider to be garden-style apartments, where they're organized along an exterior walkway to a side yard. This is a building type that's very common throughout the American South, and it was in keeping with our client's goals for the development of this site. We believe that they are safe to occupy and were designed to meet the ambiguous requirements that were written at the time of the design and submission of this project. We hope the Commission accepts this appeal and allows the project to move forward as it was drawn. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Parker Bartholomew, 5406 Summit Ridge. Mr. Marlowe handed out the applications. I'm going to go through those with you. As you can see, it was accepted as a multiplex back in May, and it was also, after it was paid for in the receipt, it was listed as a multiplex on the second page. Since there's only two options for payment, either duplex, triplex, or townhouse multiplex, it does have townhouse, and on the next one, you'll see where it says strictly triplex without the townhouse option. This meets the definition of a multiplex, and he's handing out now those definitions. It's a definition of multiplex, it's a definition of townhouse, and then on the next one, it will be a definition of triplex. As you can see under the multiplex, you can have side-by-side and or stacked, and it says often with a shared entry on the ground floor, but it does not require a shared entry on the ground floor. A townhouse, on the other hand, requires the narrow side of the unit to face the street. It's been underlined for you to see it easier. These do meet that. The narrow side of the units face the street. Also under missing middle, you have to have the front porch and the front entryway, and that's also in existence on the unit that faces the street. This does not meet the definition of townhouse. So to call it a townhouse, it's not just the building disagreement that we have because we're building it with a 2-hour firewall, but under the rules that missing middle says you have to meet under townhouse, it doesn't meet them. It was not designed like a townhouse, and it never has been. To call it a townhouse is disingenuous. The front unit engages the streets, and the rear units have sidewalks that engage the pedestrian experience. Staff acknowledges this quote of ambiguity in the previous report that we looked at when we changed missing middle. That's the last part of the handout that I gave you, and it's underlined. They're trying to clarify and change the rules now that we're in the middle of the game. Minor ambiguities and descriptions for triplexes and multiplexes created ambiguities that are allowed. I think it's important to note that there's requirements when there's ambiguities like this. Mr. Marlowe is going to address those on the legal front.
Thank you. If we could just scroll the elevation down to show the front of the house. So we designed this so that it engages the street. In fact, it looks like an older house. And the front unit faces the street with a front-facing door. So we've met all of the requirements as written and enacted currently. Perhaps there's, as staff wants to say, ambiguity between what is a multiplex and what is a townhome, but this technically meets all of the requirements with 0 variances. It meets the requirements. And we have great case law that anytime there's ambiguity in a zoning ordinance, the favor goes to the property owner. And I'm going to quote State XRL Wright v. City of Oak Hill, Tennessee Supreme Court, quote, zoning regulations being in degradation of the common law, they must be strictly construed in the favor of the property owner, end quote. State XRL SCA Chem Waste Services, Inc. v. Konigsberg, also a Tennessee Supreme Court case, and I quote, because zoning ordinances are in degradation of the common law, they must be strictly construed in favor of the property owner, and any ambiguity in the ordinance must be resolved in the property owner's favor, end quote. And I'm going to quote Edwards v. Allen, also a Tennessee Supreme Court case, quote, ambiguities in zoning ordinances should be resolved in favor of the property owner's unrestricted use of his or her property, end quote. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an ambiguity between the definition of a townhome or a multiplex. I designed this as a multiplex. It meets every requirement in the plain language for the multiplex. It was submitted as an application as a multiplex. That application was accepted as a multiplex. It was receipted and invoiced as a multiplex. And in the original staff review comments that you have, they wanted me to address minor things like everything you see in the bubbles, the roof pitch, the setbacks being explicitly called out. Nowhere did it talk about this was needed to be redesigned. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yeah, I know, we're certainly trying to work out the missing middle, for sure, and I appreciate your input and the things you bring before us. I think it's a little hard to say, I turned in an application and this is what I asked for, and I checked this box, and it was accepted from somebody sitting at the front desk. It's a little...
Well, sir, with all due respect, previous applications they would refuse to accept until the box was checked the way that they would accept the drawing.
I understand, but I'm just saying that's a bit of a burden to place on a front desk associate. But yeah, just saying my piece with that. Are there any other comments? Amy, can you speak to some of the questions?
Sure, I can give an overview of staff's recommendation for denial, but I also want to touch on the fees. So there's only 2 tiers of fees. So multiplex and townhouse are within that same fee structure. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. Ms. Lenoy did a great job on Tuesday of giving you all an overview, but just for the record here. So similar to previous appeals, you have seen the denial relates foremost to the intent of middle housing standards. Article 4.6 says the standards in this section are intended to promote the development of neighborhood scale housing forms which are compatible with the existing housing in the surrounding area. And then it goes on to say in 4.6E4, design standards intend to generate middle housing buildings that are similar in footprint, height, and setbacks with the existing neighborhood. Middle housing is not intended to maximize what is possible on a single lot and is not intended to generate new housing forms that are incompatible with that neighborhood context. The application also points to, as was stated by Mr. Marlowe and Mr. Bartholomew, the application there's significant discrepancies in the descriptions of middle housing types, as we discussed earlier today, as well as in the annual report and last month. The descriptions of middle housing types, in particular triplexes and multiplexes, have unintended ambiguity that allow applicants to interpret both types as townhouses in order to maximize the amount of units that can fit on one lot. And I want to emphasize that applicants interpret that. Staff, per this denial, have interpreted it a different way. So for both applications that you'll be hearing today, this one, 1214 Callaway, the applications do not meet the intent or standards of either type.
Also, I just wanted to kind of chime in on that, just to kind of add a little bit. The description of a multiplex is also 5 to 10 units, so I would counter that it doesn't really meet either definition. So if you're trying to put it under multiplex, it doesn't really meet that either.
Thank you for that. Yeah, again, I mean, we're moving along down this line, trying to make it better. All of us and staff, I think, is doing a nice job. There are ambiguities, and I think you've seen in the last couple of months where we're trying to eliminate those ambiguities to try to make sure everybody's on the same page, make sure that the applicants understand what the expectations are. This one, early on they were a little bit ambiguous, so I understand that. But also, as I mentioned earlier, I think the goal is to effectively pick a lane. Pick a lane. Either you're going to try to develop something in the base zone, or you can go by the new missing middle standards. When they start getting crossed over, that's where all the ambiguity, I think, comes in. So that. Commissioner Butler.
I'm afraid I might have a question. If it is designed as a multiplex, I have a question about the lot width. Am I correct? The lot is 25 feet wide?
30 feet wide.
Okay.
And this is allowed because it's RN4, and it is an Article 17.3 non-conforming lot, so the lot width could not be used against it. And we've heard previously, and earlier today, something about a so-called loophole. However, if we go back to the graphs provided by planning staff back in October of 2023 when we were discussing middle housing, the total number of lots in the RN2, RN3, RN4 was calculated to be 1,988. Well, then they broke down on another graph on that same presentation, and it had the lots by RN1, RN2, RN3, RN4, and by lot widths. If you calculated the RN2, RN3, and RN4 lots, to get 1,988, you had to include the lots below 36 feet wide, which means it was known at the time that these non-conforming lots would be applicable to missing middle. I said it repeatedly from the podium. I said it at the podium before council, and in reviewing those documents recently, the graphs from, I think it was October the 3rd, 2023, the only way to get to the stated number of lots that planning staff calculated that would be eligible for middle housing, 1,988, required the addition of every lot in RN2, RN3, and RN4, including those below 36 feet wide. Now, maybe that was a mistake, maybe that was an oversight, but the proof has been that for the last 18 months, I have gotten middle housing approvals for lots that are as narrow as 25 feet wide. So I respectfully do not believe it's a, quote, loophole, and if it is, well, the loophole is still, at this very moment, open. And this was designed, as the architect said, with with the belief that we met every requirement. And I think it also bears mentioning that this is the 5th version of a development on this very lot. This is, I believe, the 2nd or perhaps 3rd appeal to this board for a development on this very lot. At some point, the ambiguity has to be rectified, and state law, or the Tennessee Supreme Court, has said the ambiguity should go in my favor. So we ask for no administrative variances here. We check every requirement. We have our recesses and our projections along the deep side. We're exactly within the length allowed for a multiplex. We're within the width allowed for a multiplex. We have the roof pitches at the right steepness. We have the mix of materials, the articulated window trims. We have the front unit facing the door. We have every requirement as plainly written in the currently enacted Middle Housing Article 4.6. So this is truly a question about ambiguity. What is a triplex? What is a townhome? Because this has 5 units, which is the required minimum for a multiplex. So we hit every single requirement. I should not be penalized for any ambiguity in the ordinance, particularly when I have always been trying to assist in formulating this. I filed my own petition to start middle housing as a private citizen zoning amendment. And then I tabled it, let the mayors go forward. After the 6-month report, I untabled mine to try to clear up some ambiguity that we as the development community working in the trenches are finding. And we have not, our voices have not been taken into account by staff. So all I know how to do is hire architects and follow what we believe and what they interpret the rules to be and what we can glean from other approved applications, because we do FOIA requests to see what other developers are getting approved and what other developers are not being approved on, so we can learn where this moving target is. Because right now, we feel like we're being asked to pin a tail on a donkey. And it's frustrating, and this is time consuming. I mean, I've expended over $200,000 in 18 months sitting on these projects and properties and paying for yet another version of a drawing to come before and pay fees and all of this. And at some point, as Commissioner Overton once said, we just got to build some damn houses. And so here it is. This is how I can build each one of those units. Is roughly 650 square feet, 1 bed, 1.5 bath, and I can build them if I could get the permit and bring them to market to sell for $199,000. There's nothing on the market at that price point. But I need y'all's help. I need an approval, please.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Mr. Biggs.
Just had a question for staff, maybe on the townhouse versus multiplex. I think heard multiplexes 5 to 10 units, and that just did want to confirm. I guess this is 5 units. Is that right? So does it qualify as a multiplex, or what's the distinction there?
No, we do not qualify it as that's not how we evaluate it, as a multiplex.
Okay, and I guess just curious as to why if this is 5 units. Are we saying it's townhouse?
It's not specifically based on the number of units.
Okay.
It would be based on the actual development form. So that's what's different about middle housing. We're talking about the form of the actual structures, not the number of units. That makes sense. The orientation of it.
My apologies before. I was thinking I had this one confused with the other one, which does not have 5 units, so that was my bad.
Mr. Gill.
So a couple of things. I was the commissioner who mentioned the loophole, and I'm not going to necessarily relitigate that. I think it's the intent of this body as well as city council to make non-conforming lots be treated the same as all lots of record within the city with respect to middle housing. I know that's on first reading, and so that is not applicable for it today. So under it, when Mr. Marlowe submitted this and up until this exact moment, non-conforming lots do not have to abide by the dimensional standards for lot width. So regardless of whether or not that will be the case in 3 weeks is kind of moot at this point. So we have to evaluate it based on what I believe is what he submitted it at. And in that case, 30 feet is was acceptable at the time of his submission. We have seen this lot come before us so many times, and every time Mr. Marlowe brings something, it's rejected for one reason or another. I have said multiple times, under the standards, if you meet the standards, you could build what you want. He has said, hey, I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do that. We've clarified some of those ambiguities within the code between primary structures and the like, and he said, hey, I'm just going to have to go build a quadplex or a multiplex, and that's what I'm going to do. And as long as it meets the letter, I can do it. And he has done that here. I'm not in love with this development form, but I am really struggling to see how it doesn't meet the standards that were put in place. Now, I appreciate that staff has said repeatedly, and I don't disagree with this, that the spirit of this was to have gentle density and housing in there. But again, I think we are in one of these places that yet again, he's brought a plan, and yet again, he has proved miraculous in finding the, the flaws in the code. Whether or not we want to call that as for what it is or whatever, I mean, if this meets how the standards were written when he was submitting it, and it's neither a townhome nor a multiplex, and it simply says in our code that he has put, and obviously I'm going to take your word for it here, but I've seen this language before where it says that often with a shared entry instead of must have a shared entry. I would love to have seen this had a shared entry from the front door and everybody goes in and gets to their unit through a shared entry and with a hallway down the side. But given the setbacks that are put in place on here, that wouldn't be possible to design because, again, this is a 30-foot lot, so that's not necessarily possible. I'm not sure I want to continue to see this housing form coming out. I'll be frank about that. It is slot housing. It's not my favorite. However, I think Mr. Marlowe is right in saying I met the letter as written before you've made any of your changes, and it meets the standards without variance. Why can't I build that specifically when there's any ambiguity? We are supposed to side with the developer. I think that's a compelling argument, and I'm struggling with why we shouldn't do this. So the only question I would have is why is this not a multiplex versus why is it not a townhome? We have not solved that in our current revisions in our code. So is there a definitive reason why we can't say that this is a multiplex based in the code?
So in the staff report, it says the building is described as a multiplex, which is defined in Article 4.6 as a small to medium-sized structure that consists of the 5 to 10 units arranged side by side, often with a shared entry on the ground floor. The building does not have a shared entry on the ground floor and does not meet the intent of the definition of multiplex. So this is, again, this goes back to you all to make a call here, but this is staff's recommendation. This is our analysis. The building instead features 5 units separated by party walls, shared walls, which meets the definition of townhouse large. And then we have a definition below, which is referencing back to 4.6A. I'm happy to read that for you all if you want me to, but I don't have to.
I guess what I'm saying is that we say side by side in that, and then we said a shared entrance. I'm kind of struggling to how you could have side by side stacked units with a shared entrance. Are we talking like a completely blank wall with one in the middle and then have stacked side by side units? I mean, this is pretty unclear. It's about as clear as mud in this case, and I would be happy to address this with some revisions so that we don't make this development form something that happens. But if it says side by side and does not say must have a shared entrance, it says often does. This one doesn't, but it's still side by side. There are 5 units. They're not townhomes. Give me a reason why that isn't a multiplex. And it sounds like it's not based on your interpretation, which I think carries a lot of weight, but I'm struggling with this one.
Sure. Amy, I want to ask her to clarify.
I just want to clarify that is one element of our recommendation of denial. It also goes back to the primary one, which is, the basis of the other ones that you've seen come before you, which is the intent of middle housing. What is the intent?
Commissioner Anderson.
I'm just going to say that I think I am pretty aligned with Commissioner Gill on this, and I hate that we have the situation that we have in front of us, but we really have a proposal to do both a large townhouse development and a multiplex as it's written. And I think that people have to be able to rely on what's out there in terms of written guidance and our ordinances, and it's hard for me to justify not approving this request.
Commissioner Adams.
this may connect to what Mr. Gill was saying about, he doesn't want to see this housing form start replicating everywhere. Maybe not, but I'm looking at the street view here for the property, and there's a little inset picture on part of our packet. What I keep getting hung up on is how this particular form fits in this neighborhood. And I'm looking at how that, I'm trying to imagine what that feels like to the persons living in the houses right beside this proposed new property. And there is a house with a porch to the side. There are two of them, actually, three of them. And the porches face right into the house's windows right beside it, which feels a little awkward. But it's been a housing type there for a long, long time. And then I look at this structure that would be having numerous entrances and individual homes along that entire house front. And I'm wondering about the height, how all of that feels. That's where I'm getting hung up. Like with all of these different definitions, I understand we're trying to have this living document and get it right and give developers clear directions so they can fulfill it. I think Ms. Brooks said the intent, like that is this sort of overarching component for missing middle, like to have it fit in really fluidly with the rest of the neighborhood. And that's where my question mark comes in, like trying to visualize this and does it fit there?
Very good. Commissioner Butler.
I concur that I feel like we have clarity that is needed in the language still, and we'll find that out as we move along. But I too am concerned about the scale of this not meeting the spirit of what is intended for the missing middle. So just wanted to go on record saying I understand and I do not feel this meets the spirit, but may meet the actual guidelines as currently written.
Very good. Commissioner Biggs?
I guess just a question on kind of the scale piece. I agree in looking at street view, like everything's like one level. Like if somebody were to build like a two-story Craftsman or Victorian there, like would we be having the same concern if it was a single family house? Like is it like scale from the street, scale from the side yard? Because I think I have different streets where you've got 1 story, 2 story, so.
I'm gonna throw in, to me it doesn't, my opinion, it's not anything about how many persons live there. It's like that feeling of how it is with the houses beside it and how it is with the street. For example, you said Craftsman specifically. They are great at being, they can be deceptively large. Mm-hmm. You look at them and you think, oh, it's kind of a smaller house. And then you walk up on the porch and you're like, whoa, no, it's not. This is much larger. So I think that there are housing types that are deceptive in how much space they actually provide and how they feel to the other structures around them, that scale. I'm not sure that the proposed property that is in front of us is one of those.
Right, and I guess I'm thinking too about like, I don't know, I agree Craftsmans are kind of low profile, but like Victorians are typically like, pretty broad, and you see a mix of Craftsman and Victorian in those, traditional neighborhood districts. And so, yeah, I guess I'm not sold on the scale being like inappropriate for the area given the mix of uses, but yeah.
I was going to say, just a reminder that even under what we've passed today and moving forward, that, stacked duplexes are a 2-story building. There could be 2 units there, and he could put a stacked duplex in a lot like this. We don't have restrictions on having 2-story buildings just because the one next door is a 1-story. So that's the issue at hand here isn't necessarily that it's 2 stories. That's kind of allowed. I mean, I get that we're trying to say scale needs to match the neighborhood, but that's really difficult to do if we're going to make design, well, this is partly why this is going to design review board, let's be clear. We are no longer going to be having this conversation because design review board is much better at addressing that than we are. But because of that nuance, there are other housing forms that he could put here that would, from the front, as he has shown us on his drawing, would look the exact same in terms of scale. It's the difference is that when you go into the backyard, now you still have a 2-story building that goes all the way through the length of the lot. I mean, he could have put a 2-story building that's this long and made it a single-family house, and it would have been allowed there. So as much as I'm not in love with this housing form, it meets the code.
All right, a lot of great discussion with respect to this. I know it's very nuanced. So we've got an application that was made by the applicant to staff. Staff denied it. He has now appealed it to us. So if we have a motion to approve the motion or his appeal, it will overturn staff's decision. If we have a motion to deny his appeal, it will uphold staff's decision. I just want to try to be clear about all that. Commissioner Adams, you had a comment.
And in the future, these appeals will go to the design review board
That is what we have recommended to City Council. And
if it is approved at City Council.
Correct. That is correct. So this may be our last time. Maybe not. Who knows? We'll find out. But again, if somebody is inclined to make a motion one way or another, and a motion to approve will overturn the staff and effectively approve the missing middle housing request, a motion to deny will deny his appeal and uphold staff's denial. Commissioner Gill.
So given that I'm the one that has primarily been the one speaking on this, I'll wear the chain around my neck and make the motion. So I am going to make a motion to approve the housing thereby.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Gill and a second from Commissioner Anderson to approve the appeal of staff's decision, effectively approving the middle housing request. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? We have one dissent.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm glad you didn't go very far. Okay, we have another appeal of staff decision. Applicant is Bentley Marlowe. I will read the staff decision being appealed. The project as presented in the attached application does not meet the applicable standards per Knoxville City Code. Appendix B, Zoning Code, Article 4.6. The building does not meet the design standard for townhomes, Article 4.6, point E, point 5, point C, and does not meet the intent of the middle housing standards, Article 4.6, intended to promote the development of neighborhood-scale housing forms which are compatible with existing housing in the surrounding area. Article 4.6, point E, point 4, to generate new middle housing buildings that are similar in footprint, height, and setbacks with the existing neighborhood. Also, Article 4.6, point G, the intent of Article 4.6 is to allow middle housing types which are in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood and will not be injurious to it or public welfare. Is the applicant present?
R. Bentley Marlowe, 322 Douglas, 37921.
Thank you. I feel like we were just here. Sorry. Yes. So same. If you could go ahead and state your name and address for the new file, please.
Hello, my name is Jonah Pruitt, representing OYSK3 Architects, the architects of record, the address being 1545 Western Ave, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Very similar to the case that we just heard. This property and this project were designed in keeping with the adopted standards of middle housing in that they were designed around the idea of a garden-style apartment, meaning that access is provided from the side. This project is slightly different than the one before due to its hillside protection, so working with the topography up the side of the hill is a factor. That was taken into account in the design and provided some design opportunities to help mitigate some of the scale issues that were highlighted in the last project. So this is another project done with Bentley dealing with some of the ambiguous ruling that we've been talking about this whole time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bartholomew. Name and address, please.
Parker Bartholomew, 5406 Summit Ridge. All right, so the difference here is this one's a triplex. On this particular situation, it was accepted as a triplex. It was paid for as a triplex. And it's important to note that on all of these, there's been almost well over a year. In fact, I was looking back at my emails, and I have an email from planning staff where we posed this exact question. We had a fourplex that was approved on Jefferson that was then reviewed under the building code as a townhouse. And I have an email from Mark Reel where we posed this, and he stated that for zoning, it would be looked at as a fourplex. They did the same thing on my Emerald Avenue, and for building, they would look at it as a townhome. So it's not just us. There are other cases that have gone through, and there was discussions on the front end to say, hey, this is what we're doing, and we were told this is what we need to do. And now we're being told that we're going to change that, and it's going to be looked at a different way. This does not meet the definition of townhomes. It meets the definition of triplex for many of the exact same reasons that were mentioned previously. It's ambiguous. Even at agenda review, I think the words used were, we're in a gray area. And in those gray areas, the rights need to stay with the property owner. And I'll let Bentley mention those again for the record.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
I did that earlier, but 332 Douglas 37921 Bentley Marlowe. So this is a triplex design. It meets every requirement of the triplex. It requires no administrative variances. It requires no trips to BZA. It's 3 one-bedroom units. They're each roughly 620 or 30 square feet. The goal is, we've been very careful with the design to not only achieve a checkbox for every requirement in middle housing, but being within standard lumber spans in the IRC so that we can build this with the most economically way possible. Again, the goal here is to bring these to market at $199,000. And I believe if I get approval, I can do that. So it was submitted as a triplex. It was accepted as a triplex. It was receipted and invoiced as a triplex. You have copies of that. In the first staff revision review notes, they wanted minor changes. They're all bubbled here. They wanted us to call out the exact roof slopes, to call out the exact amount of overhang, provide the widths of our projection, which you see there, which is a requirement of middle housing. So we check all those boxes on our second submittal. And that's when we got this denial, and it is like the first one. It's hinging on the ambiguity of the definition of triplex. And so, just for the record, I'm going to read this in again. State Ex Rel Wright v. City of Oak Ridge, Tennessee Supreme Court, quote, zoning regulations being in derogation of the common law, they must be strictly construed in favor of the property owner, end quote. State Ex Rel SCA Chemical Waste Services, Inc., v. Coningsburg, Tennessee Supreme Court, quote, because zoning ordinances are in derogation of the common law, they must be strictly construed in favor of the property owner, and any ambiguity in the ordinance must be resolved in the property owner's favor, end quote. And Edwards v. Allen, Tennessee Supreme Court, quote, ambiguities in zoning ordinances should be resolved in favor of the property owner's unrestricted use of his or her property, end quote. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're, as staff said during agenda review, this is sort of a gray area. It's ambiguous. The definition of a triplex was handed out to you earlier, but it does not require them to be stacked. In fact, this is not on a corridor, so it says explicitly that off of a corridor, triplexes can be arranged in another manner. So I believe that this is another one of these ambiguous cases, and I believe I've met every requirement, and I believe the law requires or entitles me to have the favor of the ambiguity and this to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marlowe. Are there any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Gill, do you have the same opinion of this file as you did the last one?
Yeah, I have the same opinion of the last file. I hate this form even more than I did the last one, if I'm being honest. When I think of a triplex that is typically stacked, I'm thinking of a duplex with a loft over top with a third unit with a shared stairway in the middle. That's what I think of in my brain as a triplex, or a stacked duplex with a single unit in the back, or that's what I'm thinking of when I hear triplex. And if that's what we intend as a body to have as a triplex, we need to codify that in our language. And if we're not going to do that, this is what's going to be the net result of that. This is what, as I said in the last one, if he meets the actual letter, as much as I hate that it doesn't meet the spirit isn't written in the letter, it is the letter, and we need to adjust our language to do that. Kudos to Mr. Marlowe and his architect for finding the contours of what our language needs to be. You are like a child where we tell you not to do something and you have figured out a way to get it done anyway, so congratulations on that. I'm impressed. But that being said, I still think that what we discussed last time applies. Please don't bring any more of these to us.
I don't intend to.
I do not like this housing form. It's not appropriate for what we were going for. But again, it meets the actual standards as we're written. The setbacks are there. The variances aren't required. The scale is the scale for the neighborhood and from the road. Given, especially since the elevations changes on this one, it's going to look like a single or 1.5 or 2 story single family home. You won't necessarily be able to see different. So I think you're a little bit more on the edge here, since definitely in the language it says that they are typically stacked, and this one is not at all stacked, but that you can consider different forms. So if that's the case, pending any other language or any more discussion from other commissioners, I think that this is very similar to the last one that we do, and I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the appeal. That said, Mr. Marlowe, if this passes, please don't bring these housing forms to us again. We're going to try to clean up our language to make sure that it's unambiguous and that you have clear rules that you can work within. But as it is, fairness dictates that you've met the standards as we have written currently.
Very good. We have a motion on the floor and we have a second from Commissioner Anderson. Motion from Commissioner Gill, second from Commissioner Anderson. There's a few other lights on still. Ms. Midas, Commissioner Midas.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, like the last vote, this one I will be voting no. I think the spirit of middle housing was that it has to be compatible with the neighborhood. And I think that was as much the intent as developing these lots that haven't previously been developed. And this is not compatible with the neighborhood. I'm sorry. And I feel bad for the neighbors on either side, this case and the previous case, because it's going to be very disruptive to those houses that have been there for a long time. So I will be voting no. And I'm glad that we're not going to be seeing any more of these cases.
Commissioner Butler.
I agree with Commissioner Biggs and Commissioner Modis. I do want to just point out, I will not be supporting this one either, even though I think they have met a lot of and they have met the letter of the law, but in Article 4.6, it says the standards in this section are intended to promote the development of neighborhood scale housing forms, which are compatible with the existing housing in the surrounding area, and I do not think this one does.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Adams.
Question about where this one actually, where its setback actually is. Because when I look, again, I'm on Street View, trying to look at the different options that appear to be there. Where is this structure setback actually starting? If someone could show me as it is compared to the houses beside it, because the drawing makes it look like it's right at the curb and all the way back to the alley. And
Are you questioning the side setbacks?
front.
Front, okay.
Because there's like one house, the porch is really thrust forward closer to the street, the next one's further back. And I'm just trying to get a grip on exactly how this form fits in that lot.
The setback is 13 feet, which falls within the plus or minus of the average of the block face. I think we had an email from Mark Reel that told us what the block face average was. And then I think we could have gone closer on this, but we purposely chose 13 feet back so we could get the 8-foot front porch, which is a requirement, or you get bonus points, I guess, under middle housing. If you have an 8-foot deep front porch, it counts for extra design elements, or I forget how it's phrased. So this has an 8-foot front porch, which the front porch can only encroach 5 feet. So that forced the building back to 13, but it falls within that required build-to zone, if you recall that appeal months and months ago. I learn something every time I come here, and I look forward to the day I never come back here. No offense, you guys are great company, but
So if that's the 13 was the average,
Mark, do you have that email?
It's 13 to the building mass, not the porch. I think it makes sense.
yeah, so the porch comes 5 feet into that.
Right, so
Yeah. So it's going to be, it's just kind of all around an outlier in terms of how it will feel. I guess I'm in the same boat as everybody else, like not debating the meeting of the requirements as they're written, other than the feeling for the neighborhood, and share Commissioner Midas's concern about the neighbors on either side, because it really is going to feel very odd. You have these historic feeling structures, and then something, it's not that it's new, because I see that. It's that it's new and really infringing on the kind of how that whole block is built. So I'm not saying anything new, but just trying to get it on record for being uncomfortable with this particular execution.
Thank you. I think probably the strong message is that if this gets approved, that it is not to be intended to be setting a precedent or setting a standard on anything with this. You know, it's more of the legal side, I think. But
I do have a question.
Sure. What do you got?
There are other pending applications that are plays on this design.
Well, we can't really speak to those today, I wouldn't think. So we'll just have to deal with that when we deal with it.
I was just trying to nip a future trip in the bud if we could.
Okay, good. So we have a motion on the floor to approve the appeal of the applicant, overturning the staff decision, and approving their middle housing request. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, so we're going to have a roll call, Mr. DeArmond.
Commissioner Levinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Barger? Yes. Commissioner Perez? Yes. Commissioner Anderson? Yes. Commissioner Butler? Commissioner Biggs? Yes. Commissioner Daly? Yes. Commissioner Gill? Yes. Commissioner Midas? Yes. Commissioner Adams? Yes. Commissioner Huber?
Yes.
That is 8 yes, 3 no.
Thank you.
Sir. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we will be moving on to agenda item number 34. It is a replat of Lot 11, Campbell Park, Unit 2. Richard Bailey is the applicant. This is will require 2 motions, one for a variance, one for the final plat. Staff recommendation on the variance is to approve the variance to reduce the minimum width of an access easement from 25 feet to 15 feet based on the following evidence of hardship. We've got three hardships listed regarding the access. We also have a motion number 2 that we will need to approve the final plat for one lot in planned residential zone. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Oleg Zides, 2000 Panoramic Way, apartment 203, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37932.
Is there any opposition in the crowd? Anyone? Not seeing any, you can move forward.
All right, I actually agree with the staff's recommendation, so I'll be here if you guys have any questions.
Very good. Does any commissioners have any questions about that? Chair will entertain a motion. All right, so we have a motion on the variance to approve the variance and reduce the minimum lot width. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Have a motion on number 2. Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Who's the second? Great. Commissioner Daly again. Motion to approve the final plat for one lot in PR. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you guys.
All right. We are on to agenda item number 36. Applicant is Benjamin Mullins. The present zoning on the property is 2 units an acre. The request is planned residential up to 7 units an acre. Is the applicant present?
I am. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street.
Very good. Is there any opposition? Okay, we have 2 opposition. We have Nancy Manning and Mitchell Bennett. Would you like to proceed or defer?
I'll go ahead and proceed. I usually, again, Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. I usually defer because I want to hear what the neighbors have said. But in this case, I've been talking to the neighbors since I filed my application, hoping that we can work out some of the differences. I can address some of the concerns. I've had several emails and meetings with Mr. Bailey and Kevin Murphy, the Knox County Planning Alliance, on this. We have actually had a joint conference call with Mr. Elliott and Mr. Snowden to talk about stormwater and traffic impact analysis and traffic and site distance on North Woodle Road. This application should seem familiar to you because back in December, there was an application that Scott Davis moved forward. I'm not representing Mr. Davis, I'm representing the property owner, Reliance. He moved forward with an application for 6 dwelling units an acre. Staff made a recommendation for approval for 6 dwelling units an acre at that time, and this body unanimously approved it. It went to the county commission and things went sideways. I was a spectator on that, and it was a very difficult, very contentious meeting because they were trying to work out conditions with regard to what the neighbors were concerned about at that meeting. And that tried to occur at the podium. There was motions back and forth, competing motions, substitute motions, and ultimately, because there was an argument over can you impose conditions or certain conditions without the applicant agreeing to it, it went down to 2 units an acre, no conditions. And that's what was approved. The property owner then retained me to ask for something different. I filed the application for 7 units an acre, knowing I was going to have a conversation with the neighborhood at that time about, what were their concerns and is there a way we could work this out. Today, we are asking for 4.5 units an acre for this 11.16 acre property. The neighborhood, and Mr. Bailey and Mr. Murphy in particular, I have not spoken with Nancy. I know, I think you're the property to the north, is that right? I'm not good with directions. Okay, never mind. Excuse me. And we still want to work, we've made a lot of progress on some of the things that they're concerned about, and we want to continue to have that conversation when it goes to county commission. We know, as staff said in their report, ultimately county commission has the final say-so in any of these legislative actions and the rezoning, and we think, especially the conversation that occurred at that time, that this needs to kind of go back where we could have a more fully fleshed out conversation with some of the neighbors' concerns that didn't happen the last time this came through. So all of the opinions of staff as to why this would be appropriate for 6 dwelling units an acre that they put in their December staff report still apply today. There was a question about the East County plan. In their December report, they said that this does comply with the East County plan at 6 units an acre. There was a question because it's in the rural area and it's not directly on Asheville Highway. It's about 800 feet north of Asheville Highway off of North Woodle Road. That should be considered low-density residential in the rural area. Back in 2017, when the East County plan was adopted, low-density residential was defined by the sector plan being up to 5 units an acre, which is one of the reasons why I've reduced my request from 7 units an acre to 4.5 units an acre. So it would be consistent with that East County plan as well. So what I'm wanting to do, I think the biggest thing that we're trying to work out is potential conservation easement area and how that may affect the potential parts of the property that can be developed. I think there's been progress in talking about that. I've had emails with Mr. Bailey today about maybe some of the resources that we could look to kind of help solve that issue. And I'm committed to continuing to have those conversations moving forward before we get to county commission. But I didn't want to postpone it again. It was postponed once. I wanted to go ahead and ask this body to approve this or recommend an approval for 4.5 units an acre, and let us continue to have these conversations with the neighbor to try to work out. We know there's going to be some site distance issues. We're not opposed to having a traffic impact analysis on this property, even if the trip count wouldn't automatically trigger a TIA on this property because of those concerns. And we're committed to some type of non-disturbance buffer around the periphery and some type of conservation easement. We just haven't figured out exactly what that looks like yet. They may have other concerns that we may try to work with, but the difference between this application and why there's a change in conditions and the one before is that we are working with the neighbors and we are trying to address their concerns, and we'd like the opportunity to continue to do so. Thank you. I'd like to reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you. Ms. Manning? Could you state your name and address, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Manning. I live at 411 North Wooddale Road, Knoxville. I want to briefly explain why my background gives me a unique perspective on this proposed development. I practiced law for 25 years in Rapid City, South Dakota, while serving on multiple nonprofit boards, including the quasi-governmental Pennington County Air Quality Board. Later, I managed and consulted for nonprofits in Austin, Texas. I've worked for many years in the conservation sector, and I've seen how land use decisions can have lasting impacts on communities. That perspective is why I'm here today to ask you to consider both the facts and the values at stake in this rezoning request. The proposed development will not directly access Asheville Highway. In the morning rush, exiting traffic will cause congestion, especially for those turning right toward the highway. To avoid those delays, folks will turn left onto Wooddale Road, which lacks sidewalks, has deep ditches, and is not built for that kind of volume. Adding hundreds of cars daily without proper infrastructure guarantees an increase in accidents, because they're going to be rushing right by my house up to Ruggles Ferry. That traffic would also alter the neighborhood's character and will infringe on Tennessee protected right to the quiet enjoyment of our property. I do also want to highlight the thoughtful and well-researched comments by Joseph Bailey. He brings both professional expertise and many years of direct experience with land and resource management, and his insights reflect a deep understanding of the property's ecological value and the broader community impacts of development. His submission certainly deserves your consideration. Now, we can take a map and draw these little lines on it and call this an urban growth area, but sometimes folks just have to look out the window. And if you do that in the Wooddale neighborhood, what you're going to see is rural. And it's not just any rural, it's a specific kind of rural that has its own unique character, shaped by open space, large lots, working farms, and quiet roads. Knox County's own comprehensive land use and transportation plan recognizes this value, stating in its community character goal, quote, ensure that development is sensitive to existing community character, end of quote. This proposal does not align with that policy, nor does it respect the rural identity of our neighborhood that your professional staff clearly identified as such in their recommendation. I do want to correct certain things in Mr. Mullins' statements. They filed their application on May 22nd and did not reach out to any neighbors. And then 4 neighbors met in our neighborhood, I was one of them, to discuss the possibility of some compromise. And then I believe it was Kevin Murphy submitted those suggestions to Mr. Mullins. But I wouldn't characterize that as ongoing conversations at this point. We are interested in exploring some compromises. We would love or be delighted with an opportunity to discuss how that development could preserve this rural quality or this rural character of the neighborhood. But lest we get distracted, that's not the relevant issue. Ongoing conversations don't meet the standard set in your bylaws for a change in condition since the last proposal was denied. Nor does it meet, is it what was meant by your staff when they stated conditions had not changed. And we agree with your professional staff that nothing has changed in the few months since the prior rezoning was approved. This application in front of you requests 7 units per acre with no conditions. It's a request for higher density that was filed just 2 months after the county commissioner took action in March. Your bylaws prevent an owner from reapplying for 12 months after a denial, and the applicant admits in his letter that the prior request was denied. Again, we would like the opportunity to have the time that was actually allotted by your own bylaws to see if there is some kind of compromise that can be worked out. And we appreciate the opportunity to work with Mr. Mullins. But as he pointed out, I've never met with him, and neither have most of our neighbors. So at this point, we want you to hit pause. Please stand by your staff's recommendation and your own bylaws by denying this application at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manning. Yes, this is one that's been around. Is there any other opposition? I'm sorry, is there anybody else? No other opposition to speak? Okay. Yeah, Mr. Mullins, do you want to rebut?
Briefly, a couple things. I did reach out to Adam Thompson when I filed this and asked him, who I needed to engage with the neighborhood. And then Mr. Murphy did call me, and I met with Mr. Murphy and Mr. Bailey at my office. They actually came to my office, and we sat down and talked about the things after hours, and then set up some conference calls. So I have been talking to them. I have not talked to I'm sorry, I forgot your last name, Nancy. But I understand that Mr. Bailey was appointed as a neighborhood representative of that. Her concerns, that's why we agreed to a TIA. With regard to the character of the community, 4.5 units an acre is considered rural. You look, there's 6 units an acre to the east, or CA to the bottom, there's 12. So it is consistent with what is there, and we do want to continue to work with the neighborhood to see if we can find a way to kind of work out some of these concerns. As far as the 12-month, it is unusual to file one. I don't want to set a precedent for that. I understand that. But it was a different zoning application with the PR, zoning application based on the density. So it was accepted. But I'm happy to keep working with Ms. Bailey or Mr. Bailey and the neighborhood on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mullins. I do appreciate your trying to reach out and trying to work something out. Of course, this is just the zoning stage. I think a good bit of this will happen if anything gets approved at County Commission, that then it rolls back into a concept plan and things like that. I think that's really where the rubber meets the road for you guys, because this is an interesting case, mainly because staff did, and we did as a body just a few months ago, recommend 6 units an acre here. As Councilor Mullins mentioned, it was an interesting meeting at County Commission. It ultimately got approved at 2 units an acre, which now puts our staff in a position that, hey, this thing just got rezoned to 2 units an acre. And I fully respect that. Now, so it puts them in a position to say there's not enough change. There's not been enough time. There's not been any other changes that have happened to consider another zoning. That said, I mean, I think it's our position as commissioners and planners to say, where are we? I mean, we're still just like the last time. I mean, you'd mentioned it is in the urban growth boundary. The future land use map still shows it as suburban residential. There's densities up to 12 units an acre very close. It borders commercial. I mean, I was for the 6 units an acre. I felt like it was an appropriate use there. Now, County Commission felt differently, and I, again, fully respect that. But from my perspective, I think reaching out to the neighbors and reducing that even below the 4.5 units is appropriate. I understand where staff is coming from because their hands are kind of tied the way our zoning ordinance is written. But I just thought I'd throw that out there. Commissioner Gill, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was going to basically echo what you're saying a little bit. I want to be on the record as saying that I supported this when it came through the first time. It's in the urban growth boundary. It's suburban residential. It's exactly where we're supposed to be putting housing. It is a open field. It is not some ecologically special place that we need to be considering. It's not on a hillside. This is where housing needs to be. It's right next to another development. I think, frankly, Commission got this wrong. This is where we should put development. That being said, I'm not an elected official, and likely because of my big mouth never will be. So that's the issue that's really at hand here is this commission has set a very clear precedent. They're the elected body. We are not. We are appointed. We are there to advise them what we think. We've already made it clear what we think. I don't think that has changed in the 8 months. I still think that we agree with that. I'm not speaking and putting words in everyone's mouth here, but I was for it then. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to be supportive of another application when Commission made it very clear this is where their feelings were. This is where their feelings are still going to be. And I think as a appointed official, it is incumbent upon me to recognize my place and recognize when elected officials speak. So I'm not going to be in favor of this simply because commission made it clear. That said, I disagree firmly with what they decided, but I will respect it.
Very good. Commissioner Adams.
I just need a little clarity because of the back and forth, because the application in front of us is for 7, but I heard Mr. Mullins talking about 4.5. I heard Mr. Mullins talk about conservation easement. I've got things in the packet that show where that conservation easement could potentially be. I'm just trying to figure out what is reality and what is really being asked for here. So clarity, please.
We are asking for 4.5 units an acre. There's been conversation with Mr. Bailey and Mr. Murphy about a conservation easement and how large that would be and where that would be. And that's one of the things that we're still trying to work on. And I'm still committed to work on exactly what that may look like, but we don't have that fully formed right now.
So why does the application say 7?
Because I had to ask for something that was different than 6 at the time, and I hadn't had a chance to engage with the neighbors. It was a different application. So I asked for 7, knowing that once I kind of talked through things, I would be looking at revising that based on what the neighbors were concerned about and what my client was actually looking for.
Okay.
Commissioner Barger.
I agree with Commissioner Gill that commission got this wrong. I guess I'll be a little disrespectful to our elected officials. I think that 4.5 is a good medium between what commission said at 2 per acre and what was requested at 7 or 6 before. So I'm in full support of this. It dumps right out onto Asheville Highway. There are plenty of neighborhoods popping up right around there. I think it's very appropriate for that area. I don't know how to word a motion for this. So, but I do want to make a motion to approve.
We could say, a motion to approve planned residential zone up to 4.5 dwelling units an acre.
So moved.
Because it is appropriate.
Can I make a friendly amendment? I know you didn't call on me, but.
What? What?
Well, just
for discussion.
I agree with you. Like it's gone from high to low to middle now, and so I feel like maybe we're starting to get it into a shape where it can be, where it can really move forward. But I do have a lot of interest in the conservation easement. I disagree with Commissioner Gill. I'm not an expert in the ecological components there, but I know that we've heard from Mr. Bailey a few times, and he seems to have a great deal of expertise there. This is novel, because that's what struck me the first time it came up, that I hadn't heard someone bring this particular idea forward. So to have Mr. Mullins and the neighbors starting to actually talk about this, my friendly amendment is to move forward with the 4.5, but some type of, because it is in the county, so we can conditionally zone it, that there be some type of conservation easement built upon the conversations that they're having right now.
Before we get to that, Mr. Mullins, can you speak to that a little bit?
And Mr. Bailey, you can correct me if he disagrees. I think they asked for about 4.41 acres in a conservation easement, essentially the entire kind of the west side of the property. I have concerns about being that large, and so the amount of the conservation easement is kind of the details that we're trying to work on there. Not that this wouldn't be appropriate for some type of conservation easement, and so not knowing what that would be, and what Mr. Bailey actually asked me, and I think he copied some county commissioners on it actually, is are there resources, are there maybe other developers can look at this, kind of help shape what could be developable, especially if you're looking at single-family residential lots, which I think is what the property owner would prefer to, on this, and how much of that could be dedicated to a conservation easement. So without knowing what that amount is, I don't know if I want it as a condition today, but I do recognize that that will need to be worked out and a condition when we get to county commission.
I'll ask for some.
Mr. Bailey, do you want, or?
I know we only get 5 minutes either side, so that's why I left it to Nancy and decided to withdraw speaking, but it's a very
Can you
significant.
state your name and
Oh,
address,
yeah, I'm
please?
sorry, Joseph Bailey, 7714 Vista View Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37924. The reason why I'm grateful to Mr. Mullins and the property owner for being willing to work with us, because as this body has explained to us before, the property owner gets to do whatever they want with the property. And so it's an exciting opportunity to get to discuss this and maybe try to do some good and try to maintain some rural character, because it doesn't match the single family housing that's on this line. So I'm excited about the compromise, but we're not there yet. We don't have anything in writing. Right now, it's all just, yeah, we're discussing it, but we don't have a promised conservation area. It's exciting to think, after talking to Mr. Elliott and Mr. Snowden, that it's possible to even get like stormwater credits involved in this, so that you wouldn't need to build detention ponds and save the developer money, save the landowner money. So there's a lot we're discussing, and I've sent a lot of this in document to you all, like via letter and via PowerPoint, so you can kind of see it. But there are really significant native plants here, and just separating this 4-acre space, I mean, I did the math, it's like 757,000 gallons of water retention in comparison to the four detention ponds we have in Neils Landing, which would be very similar. And they only store like 365,000 gallons of water. So just leaving it as it is, it serves us a better purpose than to spend all this money building all these detention ponds is kind of what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping it'll make some good change in the future.
Well, thank you for your
look
comment.
at these developments.
But with respect to Commissioner Adams, I think this is, and respectfully, this is not quite the right time to try to put that in. I think it's going to, if it happens, it gives them an opportunity between now and county commission to try to work something out. With that, and county commission can always add that condition, number one. Number two, that's something traditionally we would pick up on a concept plan, development plan, that we can address then. I think they're willing to do something. We just don't know what it is. I think it might be challenging to hamstring it today with something that could be.
I certainly don't have the, it would need to be X amount of, space.
Right.
I don't know that. My attempt is simply just to have some way that conversation does continue, because I see frankly the opportunity, everything that Mr. Bailey said, but also that this could be a model that other developers recognize they can actually make more money because they've got this, attraction on their property. So it seems to be one of those things that can do good for everybody. And but I don't have here's a perfect number. Here's the language that would be the appropriate thing to suggest to Commissioner Barger. So.
Right. Well, I think it's been made part of the record for sure. I think, and I think Commissioner Mullins is. I think they're committed to working with them to have some shape.
Commissioner now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Counselor, not commissioner. My apologies. You don't want any of this.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yes, ma'am. What do you need?
I want to know why not give us more time to work with this very pleasant man who's willing to talk about compromise. We just haven't had enough time. Why not give us some more time?
Right. I mean, I think we're ready to move forward. You can still have the time to work with him between now and county commission, and I would suggest between any approvals that you get there and when it comes back to us, which is another 45, 60 days away from now with a concept plan. So I think that's it. If I can amend
Can I second? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry?
No.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
I don't think Commissioner Barger has a second yet. I wanted to second her motion.
Very good. We'll do that. And I wanted to reword my suggested motion for you. Where is it? Okay. So it would, with your permission, approve planned residential zone up to 4.5 dwelling units an acre because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan.
Yes.
So you're motioning that, and we have a second by Commissioner Anderson. Thank you. Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to also sort of question whether would be appropriate to like conditionally zone this. I think we have like areas that are intended for like rural conservation, and like this isn't like one of them. This is planned growth. So I think trying to insert rural conservation like requirements in a planned growth area that's not allocated for rural conservation like feels a little bit problematic to me. given the whole like advanced Knox process and everything we just went through. So I just wanted to like flag that. And then, yeah, I'm very supportive of moving this forward. I think just to Commissioner Gill's earlier comment, like, I guess I feel like it's our responsibility to continue to like provide our opinion regardless of what, the city council or county commission like says. So, I think I'm happy to, rebut their recommendation. So I'll be supporting this.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Did you have another comment?
I just wanted to say to Mr. Mullins, I really hope you'll continue that conversation and appreciate the openness they seem to have experienced thus far in that regard.
I will say that I don't believe this will pass county commission unless we continue that conversation and have something worked out. So I definitely intend to continue the conversation.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second on the floor to approve planned residential at 4.5 dwelling units an acre. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed? Got one no. Mr. Gill. All right, we are on to agenda item number 37, Damon Green and Dagan Green. This is property is zone planned residential. They are asking for a density of up to 5 units per acre. Is the applicant present?
Yes, I'm Derek Green, and I represent the other Greens.
Yeah, your address, please.
1537 Western Avenue, 37921.
Thank you, sir. Is there any opposition to this file? Seeing none. Let's see here. So staff recommendation is to approve planned residential zone up to 4 dwelling units an acre because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and the surrounding development. Do you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I think for us, we actually don't oppose that. We'd be okay with that, even though it is, the plan is to put some quadplexes on that piece of property that we have, and we're giving away 4 units right now. We would be okay up to 33 the way it's zoned at 5 right now. But 4 does not fit the quadplex unit. It gets us to like 26 units. So from a design element and what we're building, it just doesn't fit. So we would be asking more for like 4.22 units per acre to get to a total of 28 versus 26.6.
Understood. So you had an opportunity to create a site plan or something?
We've done a
with the
concept
buildings?
plan, yes. I submitted that. I don't know if it's on file or not. I actually have a few copies I could hand out. It should be on there.
Right. So, okay. Well, just from experience, I wouldn't cut it too close. You might want to say 4.3.
Sure. That would be great if we could get that.
Just in case something changes. But personally, I'm not opposed to, 4 or 4.3. If the commission has any comments on that. Commissioner Gill.
I think that I'm not opposed to that either. I think one thing that I should point out that may come back up when you have to bring a concept plan forth is this is land use is rural conservation. So keep that in mind with whatever your site plan is.
We are asking for rezoning to planned residential in the application.
But
that's the zoning. This is the land use under our comprehensive land use guide that is rural conservation in that specific area, which kind of guides us as to what we want to see with whatever comes forward to us.
Yeah, there should be, is that slide not in there? Kelsey, I know I submitted that slide because we're conserving the land.
I'm not saying I don't support it. What I'm saying is that I didn't want that to be a surprise. So if you're aware of that, then we're all good to go.
Yes, we are. Thank you. I understand that.
Very good. Commissioner Anderson.
I want to make a motion to approve the PR zone up to 4.3 density units per acre.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, a second by Commissioner Barger at 4.3 dwelling units an acre. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to read agenda item number 38, which was pulled off of the consent list. Give us a second here. We're trying to round up a copy of it. Just give me a second. Yeah, okay. Very good. All right. So agenda item number 38, applicant is George W. Hicks. The present zoning is agricultural. The zoning requested is CA general business. Staff recommendation is to approve CA general business zone because it is consistent with the comprehensive plan and compatible with surrounding development, subject to one condition. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir. I'm George Hicks, 8916 Rutledge Pike, Mascot, Tennessee.
Very good. Is there any opposition?
I believe there is, and I'll defer to him first.
Okay, Mr. Terry Hicks. So I assume you want to let the opposition speak first, or would you like to speak first? Okay. Okay, Mr. Hicks.
Okay, name Terry Hicks, 6501 Rutledge Pike. I live in the property all around him. That easement on that property is the driveway is not in the right place. It's supposed to go back left before it gets to the top where it is now on the easement. I've let it ride like that for years. The property was actually stolen from me. I gave my father a quitclaim deed years ago. He gave me one for 18 years. I lived on his property. So then, when he caught cancer and he died, he tore the one up I give him. So we go to court here. So they come through with another deed that was a copy. The state law is you must have the original to register. Well, Judge Fanner let him, 2 months after the court thing, he wrote his thing and gave it to him. So that was stolen from me all along. But now with this easement, they have done everything in the world to aggravate me. They put a water meter right in the middle of the driveway where I've got coming off the highway. And I called the water company and said, what did you put that meter there for? He said, because George Hicks said that's where it has to go. Now I've got a thing from him here on my phone. He sent me his email on that. Plus, not only that, but there's a big tree been falling over there since January, and it's going to block the driveway when it sits rest of the ground. He has never done one thing to clean nothing up out of that easement, driveway, or nothing. And all I've done is had trouble out of him and the whole bunch. And then we had our house for sale. Claiborne Trucking was going to buy it. Okay? On that easement, they wanted a signed thing saying he would either do 0% maintenance or 50, up to 50. He would not sign it. So the day before closing, Claiborne backed out on the deal because he wouldn't sign the easement. And that was through First Priorities, one over here that done the title stuff and all that and done everything. Well, that's all I've had is nothing but trouble. Anything they can do to cause me problems, this family, they have done it. And like I said, that easement is in the wrong place and this property was stolen from me, but that's fine. I can live with it. I mean, but I don't like them just to keep on. And I wanted to move and get out of that area because of these people. Well, they kept me there by not signing a thing to do part maintenance on that or zero. They never do nothing. They ain't never done nothing anyhow, so I don't expect them to start doing anything. But all they have done is stole from me and my family.
Well, sorry to hear about your troubles there. Have there ever been any complaints made to engineering or the county on any of that?
Well, when you say, what do you mean complaints made on the engineering?
I mean that the easement, or the driveway's outside of the easement or any of those.
Well, it's a small easement, and okay, and then the false advertising right here. They've got the property already up for sale, and here's what it says on the property. I'll read this to you. This is cozy brick house just minutes from downtown Knoxville, tucked back in the woods, privacy, distance from the highway. Check the oversized commercial type 3-bay built thick concrete dump truck access to maintenance repairs. Okay, that garage never had no extra concrete poured in the floor. And how you going to get a dump truck in a 9-foot by 10-foot door anyhow, I'd like to know. And it's all false advertisement already from the real estate companies doing that and them too.
Understood. Yeah, unfortunately, those don't really fall under our purview. What we're here is evaluating if the property should be rezoned from agricultural to commercial. So we can't really get into the legal side. I would just encourage you to, check with an attorney on any of those issues.
30-day delayment on it to where we can get the driveway. The easement ain't in the right place. The driveway's not in the right place.
Well, again, just to reiterate, I mean, if we vote to recommend approval for commercial, I don't think that changes where you are. You can still,
It don't change where I'm at, but it changes, they're taking part of my driveway on my property is their
Right.
driveway now.
yeah, and that's more on the legal side. Again, it doesn't matter if it's zoned for a house or agricultural or commercial. If the driveway's not in the right place, it's not in the right place. But that's
No.
not, that, we are here only to consider if it is a good use as commercial. And that's really all the only purview we have. And our staff is recommending that it is a good use for commercial because everything around it, surrounding it, is already commercial.
But now I'm next door and I've got 4 children living with me and my wife that are next door. From 10, 11, 17, and got a handicap one, 27.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we all live right next door. Just, you know, they built up a big privacy fence through there, painted the windows and stuff
Sure.
black, and put up 7 no trespassing signs and all this stuff, and,
Yeah.
you know, so.
Understood. Well, I would suggest that you reach out to an attorney and get some surveys and discuss that with them. But again, today, we don't really have any purview over that. We're just here to
Well-
make an opinion.
Well, but I just figured if you made this a commercial, well, where the driveway is, it should be in the right place, not where it was put years ago. And the only reason they're using my property now to go into that place, for the simple reason is I let mom and dad have that. And like I said, that was never supposed to left my possession, but it did through making a fake quitclaim deed, and that's how they done it.
All right, I
And
understand.
that went through the court right here, buddy, and they done it.
All right, I understand. Sorry, we can't help you with that today, though. but
Okay, I just want everybody to know.
I appreciate the background information. Thank you, sir. Mr. Hicks, thank you. Okay. George Hicks, you want to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I don't think we necessarily need to get into back and forth on, where a driveway is inside or outside of an easement today, but did you have any comments on, about the zoning?
No, I've got a copy of the survey and the right-of-way, all of it. I'm surrounded by commercial. I can't sell it for a home like it is, surrounded by commercial. So as a commercial business, small business, my garage is identical to his garage, same size, everything. It's ideal for a small business.
Sure. Okay, well, the staff recommendation is to approve the CA general business because it is consistent. Is there any, we've got a few folks. Ms. Barger?
I agree with staff on this one, so I want to move to approve the general business zone because it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It's completely surrounded by commercial as well, and approve that subject to the listed condition.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Barger and a second by Vice Chair Levinson. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? No, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We are on to agenda item number 41, Camp Fox subdivision. The zoning is planned residential up to 3 units an acre. The proposed use is a 9-lot subdivision. We'll have 2 motions, a concept plan and a development plan. Staff's recommendation is to approve the concept plan subject to 8 listed conditions in the report. Motion number 2 will be on the development plan. Staff's recommendation is to approve the development plan for up to 9 single-family homes on individual lots and a reduction in the peripheral setback from 35 feet to 25 feet, subject to the 2 listed conditions. Is the applicant present?
Scott Ogle, 7907 Wells Scenic View Lane, Knoxville 37938.
Okay, you're in favor, you're the applicant?
Yes.
Very good. Okay, we have 1 person signed up, Mitchell Bennett, in opposition. Is Mr. Bennett here? Any other opposition to the file on agenda item number 41? Okay. Okay, well, again, the staff recommendation is on the concept plan to approve the concept plan subject to 8 conditions. Is there any discussion, or Chair will entertain a motion? We have a motion from Commissioner Barger and a second from Commissioner Anderson to approve the concept plan subject to the 8 listed conditions. All in favor say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries. On the second motion to approve the development plan for up to 9 single-family homes, Chair will entertain a motion. I have a motion by Commissioner Barger and a second by Commissioner Anderson to approve. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Okay, we are on to agenda item number 43, the Willows at Beaver Creek, formerly known as West Beaver Creek. It's 10.43 acres. The zoning is planned residential with conditions, 12 units an acre or less, and planned residential from 5 to 12 units an acre. The proposed use is an attached residential subdivision. We actually have 5 motions on this file, two variances, an alternative design standards, concept plan, and a development plan. So it's a good thing we have Mr. Campbell here to walk us through all that.
Yeah, I'm bad on that. But anyway, Robert Campbell, 75.
Hang on half a second.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, that's okay. So there is one, Dave Queener, is Mr. Queener here? Okay, so Mr. Queener is in opposition. Would you like to defer or go for it? You'd like to defer. Okay, Mr. Queener, would you mind coming down and giving us your name and address for the record, please?
Dave Queener, 2701 Lakewood Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37921. Do have a handout, some photographs to show y'all. First a comment and then 3 points. Number one, I was here last year in opposition to this, to the rezoning, as you may recall. And I made a prediction then that if this went through and was rezoned, it would be destructive of not only the wildlife in the area and the character of our neighborhood from being predominantly single-family residences, but it'd also be destructive of the hobby farm that was next door. Well, my friend Tim Addis saw that he would not be able to continue with his hobby farming given this development and chose to sell to the developer. So he threw in the towel. Now that's my prediction of where that landed. 3 points. Number one, I would point out to y'all that when this was being discussed, both before this commission and then as also at county commission, there was some talk of a belt of trees, at least for some sort of privacy between us and this development. My property is on the southward side. I'm speaking also, I should say, for the Patties and other residences of Lakewood Lane. But we noticed there's like one tree, behind each one of these condos. That is no privacy fence. As a matter of fact, if you look at the photograph in my handout, you'll see a spillway. The property line would be within basically where you see the woods have begun. That spillway is from our 3-acre pond. So there is no privacy. This is, again, it's disruptive of the basic nature of our community. A second point would be this. We have our pond, and our pond serves to gather up the water from a pretty good-sized watershed. And that spillway there, that's just sort of normal flow when the pond is full. When we have a significant rain event, based upon my calculations, we can get from anywhere from 4,000 to almost just under 9,000 gallons of water a minute over our spillway. And their site plan calls for only about a 30-foot corridor for the stream that comes down from us. When that water goes over the dam at that rate, that's enough to carry a man downstream and could trap him inside a culvert easily. That is an absolute torrent. One of the county commissioners had noticed and actually made a point of saying that he thought the stream ought to have as much as 60 feet of clearance. But that's not in the plan. Third point I want to make is this. I noticed that there is a proposed road B at the southwest corner. I also noted that the recommendation, this was a Knox County Comprehensive Plan, or point C, so the road stub outlet is proposed to the southwest, basically to potentially connect with the large commercial property that is at the corner of West Beaver Creek and Clinton Highway. That would be going immediately over my property. We have absolutely no intent to sell. nor do we want to find a few years down the road, maybe when political winds change, that we would be eminent domain and the property would be seized from us. I don't know why anyone in my life would want to cross over a bog, but that's basically what's there. So there's a number of reasons we would be opposed to the current site plan. There's another family here that would like to speak, if they may be allowed, in opposition.
Yeah, if they could come and sign in at the podium and state your name and address, please.
My name is Daniel Medley. My address is 2708 West Beaver Creek Drive, Powell, Tennessee, 37849. Looking at this map here, I think that the property line should be readdressed. Looking at page, I believe it's 6, where it shows the rezoning, it goes over Mr. Queener's land as well as my neighbors at 2704 West Beaver Creek Drive. This rezoning butts right up against the side of their house, and on the last page that we were looking at with the townhomes set up, the townhomes are also going to be right up against the edge there. I believe there was some talk last time about a conservation easement between the townhomes and the existing properties that are neighboring. By the way, I am very much against this altogether, just throwing that out there. But the easement and the property lines are a concern moving forward. And looking at page 5, noticing how it's predicted that 3 more students will be brought into the Powell school system with 60 units. I don't really believe that, that 3 more students would be coming in. Now, estimated traffic impact, 603, that number is very believable. Beaver Creek Drive is a pretty small road, and it really would not be able to handle that very well at all. 603 more average daily vehicle trips. The road is not big enough to support this, and the intersection at Clinton Highway where West Beaver Creek meets is one of the most dangerous intersections in Knox County right now.
Very good. If you could summarize, you've run out of time. If you could wrap it up.
That's all I got.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Medley. Okay. Mr. Campbell, the applicant.
Sure, thank you. So a few things that came up is if we can go to our concept plan, page 4 of 8, that shows the unit layout. It shows the stream buffers and some other items, I believe. Yes, sir. Perfect. Thank you. So number one, the statement was made that we only had I think a 30-foot stream buffer, and I believe if you look in there, that's 60 feet. It's 30 feet each side of the stream that's there. So we believe it's per TDEC requirement, per Knox County requirement for a blue line stream, which that is a blue line stream. We understand there's flow that will come down through there, and we have 2 detention pond locations for stormwater of our site for that. Number 2, I think there was a mention of a landscape buffer. The trees there are representative of what was approved on the rezoning application. We met that requirement. Obviously, half of those are shade trees, but I think it was 5 trees per acre. If that needs to be densified some, fine. However, you look at the units that are there and see that we've got a pretty good distance from there to the property line. It's not like I think it's 35 feet, but in a lot of cases, it's much larger than 35 feet to an adjacent property line. The stub out is there. We have no intention of ever looking at that, and I don't believe anybody would make that. It's for turnaround access, really. Nothing in our intention or anybody else that I've heard of intention to connect. The comment on Clinton Highway at West Beaver Creek is conditioned in this concept use on review approval. We have the temporary, if you look on the left side, there's a right turn detail that we are prohibited from build out in this site. And I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I think it's 24 in one track, 20 in another, until the improvements are made at Clinton Highway and West Beaver Creek. And that, I believe, is going to contract in December. Does that sound right, Jim? Something like that. Should know this. We've designed it, so I should know when it is, but it's been put off now for about 5 or 6 years, which is unfortunate. But anyway, we believe there is a mixture on West Beaver Creek. There's a mixture. There are some tremendous single-family homes. There's condominiums. There's the old Levi's plant that is now DeRoyal. There's Temple Baptist. There's all kinds of things as you go down West Beaver Creek that go in and out between condominiums, between single family and between business type things. So we believe that our plan is good. We believe that we have the ability to kind of keep ourselves isolated. And again, if we need to add some more that helps with the screening process, then I don't think we're opposed to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Mr. Snowden or Mr. Elliott, would you mind speaking to the Mr. Queener's discussion about the width of around the creek where he mentioned it was 20 feet or 30 feet. Is it larger than that?
Yes, it is. There would be a requirement of 30 feet either side of the stream, so a total of 60 feet stream buffer along that stream.
Okay, very good. So that's much wider than anticipated originally. Okay. Commission, is there any questions? Commissioner Midas.
Well, I guess I wanted to ask Mr. Queener about the landscape buffer, if you're in agreement, or do you understand what Mr. Campbell was saying?
Yeah, I mean, my preference would be to see probably several rows. I mean, it doesn't have to be Leyland cypress, but some sort of evergreens, not just one row, but actually staggered as a view buffer between our neighborhood of single-family homes and this rather large development. I mean, this is going to be, me looking out the back of our house and seeing people, one after another, doing barbecues and whatever not, and the rest of their kids wanting to come over and play in our pond. I mean, I'm going to have a liability issue on account of this, a very significant one, which, that's the difference between having, a few families who built homes in this area and opposed to putting in a large development. It's a qualitative difference. So yeah, I mean, having some trees is something, and I don't like fences. I don't want to fence in our property, and we want to be good neighbors. But without something more as being a divide, I think we need to see some sort of movement in that direction on the part of the developer.
Mr. Campbell, are you planning on putting a fence up?
No, excuse me, no, I'm sorry, Ms. Mize, we're not. And again, let's talk about landscaping. This alternative landscaping or in 2 rows, I think we're committed to something like that. I think it's a type B landscaping. Mike, does that sound correct?
It'd be a type A landscape screening.
Okay. Yeah, where you have them alternated between, but the requirement in the rezoning or the requirement for this was 5 trees an acre, and just because they're shown that way is just to be representative, but we can certainly help that, make it a type A where it's in and out. I think it's 30 feet separation each one or something. I have, again, old man making memory stuff. So, but it's something that we want to make sure that we're good neighbors. We want to make sure that if that keeps this view shed from being interrupted, then we certainly want to take part in that. I do want to point out one quick thing. I keep seeing, there are 60 units here. All these properties were approved at 12 dwelling units per acre, which I don't understand how that happened, but it was 12 dwelling units per acre, and we're roughly at about 5.5 when you combine everything. So just there is a possibility that more units could be put on here, if that was the intent, but I think it totally screws the property up if you try to go too many more. So,
Yeah,
thank
great.
you.
Yeah. Thank you.
So I see we have 3 of the 5 motions are for, or 2 at least, are for the variances. Would engineering mind opining briefly on why you decided that those variances, variance number 1, approve the variance to reduce the intersection spacing and then eliminate the requirement of the cul-de-sac? Would you mind speaking to those?
The eliminating the intersection spacing requirement was the project has limited site distance availability, so the location of the access point is the place that gives them the best site distance, which unfortunately does create that intersection spacing requirement. So, so we're in support of that because it does give them adequate site distance.
Very good. And then, yeah, and then the cul-de-sac, you just talked about the turnaround there. And as well as the alternative design standards that you guys looked at, it'll be the alternative design. Can you speak to that briefly too?
Yes, none of those create any unsafe conditions, so we're in support of all of those as well.
Very good.
The cul-de-sac, we wanted the stub out for in case there is future development. We're not going to eminent domain his property, so we did want that stub out just in case there is future development to give that connection.
Very good, thank you. So, Mr. Reynolds, there was some talk and some discussion of a type A buffer. Is that written into the recommendation, or is that?
No, that's not, it would have to be a condition added to require a type A along a certain, lot line. So if it wanted to be the southeast lot line or a certain portion of that, because it is a long one, if it's not the entire length, and just to make that known. But yeah, no, it's the only thing that's in the staff recommendation has to do with the required landscaping per the zoning condition.
Very good.
I guess,
Commissioner Midas.
I guess I'd be willing to go ahead and make a motion, but add a condition for type A buffer?
Yeah, let's verify where that would be. Let's see here. Yeah, it's going to be on the concept plan. So we've got multiple ones we need to. We generally start with the variance side. If we want to go, and we could jump into the concept plan too. I don't think it matters, does it? I mean, we could. Okay, I mean, we could. If you want to make a motion on the concept plan, adding that condition, you can do that, and then we'll go into the variances after that.
I would maybe do the variances first so that we know that that layout's going to be approved.
Very good. We can do it that way too. All right.
Okay.
So, yeah, Chair will entertain a motion on the variance.
Okay, I'll go ahead since I put myself out there. I make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the intersection spacing between the center lines of Road A and Emerald Heath Road from 300 feet to 183 feet. Do I need to keep reading?
Nope. No, we got it covered now. We just need a second. All right, so we got a motion by Commissioner Midas and a second by Anderson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
Okay, I'll approve the variance to eliminate the requirement of a cul-de-sac at the southwest terminal of Road B, a street that serves 2 or more lots on the same side of the street, subject to installment of a temporary turnaround per condition 7.
Got a motion by Commissioner Midas and a second by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Approve the alternate design standard based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works.
Got a motion by Commissioner Midas and second by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Is this where I'd add the condition, extra condition?
If you add the condition to the development plan, which would be the last one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Approve the concept plan subject to 13 conditions and per
staff's recommendation.
per staff recommendation.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Midas and second by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Approve the development plan up to 60 dwelling units on individual lots, subject to 3 conditions. One, do you want me to read them?
I don't know that you need to read them, just add the third one.
Let's add, okay, we'll add installing a type A buffer to the, what do we say bike that is? The southwest side?
It'd be the southwest, I guess it depends on how far down that property line you want to take it. If it's the entire thing, the entire length, then it'd be the southeast property line. If you wanted to, make it more specific to an area, then you could say along the southeast property line behind units, X to X, just to give an exact area.
So would it be fair to say that's behind lots 12 through 32? Is that the area we're talking about?
1 to
1 through
11.
Okay, my bad. Okay, good. I'm just trying to identify. So, yeah, if you just wanted to say behind lots 1 through 11, is that okay with you, Mike?
I think Mr. Queener's property is behind this, though, not behind 1 through 11. It's behind like lots 12, 13.
Right.
So on.
Our property is basically at the very bottom here, and as well on the side. So where you see the sewer line coming through, that is our property. And then as it angles back up at a 45 degree, that is our property. And then continuing along through there, that is the Patty's property, and I'm speaking for them as well.
Okay. Right, so you're...
So if you were to put a buffer, it'd basically be around, these sides here. So you're heading towards the southwest, and then as you're going back up towards the northeast.
Right. Yeah,
That's
it would
what
probably
we
be,
asked for.
yeah, probably 11, lots 11 through 16 roughly, if you zoomed in on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're just wanting to cover Mr. Queener's property, I think it would be described as probably a lot, and it's a little bit over past the property line.
Yeah, in addition, that would be, my property would go up there through 12 through 15.
Right.
And then the Patty's property is basically 16 and everything above.
And I would say pretty much anything at Road B to the south is probably what we're looking at, because you have the creek and a sewer line easement. So there's really not going to be any clearing or work in that area south of Lot 11. That should remain. I can let the app engineer on the project, Mr. Campbell, maybe address that, but that area south of Lot 11 probably won't get touched much.
Right, right, until you get to Lot 12, anyway, right.
So south of Road B between 12 and 21?
Well, yes, but then, like I say, my neighbor's property continues on up through there.
Yeah, so I guess it'd be that entire.
Would you want, there's such a deep space there.
They have, their plan for that is for that is essentially all cleared out, and their plan is to let their daughter and son-in-law, newlyweds, build a home in that area.
Right, but not on the applicant's property, obviously.
Right, not on the applicants, it's on the Patty's.
I think,
the Patty family.
Mr. Campbell, could you speak to the grading plan? I can't seem to find it in here. Are you holding the grading lower, closer to Road B on those lots?
Yeah, I think we're fairly close to the back of the unit on that. Obviously, all those will be slabs, and the motion is fine, except I would ask a couple things. Stopping at lot 21, 22, because they are so deep, because if you go back and look at the aerial, and then adding a part of that, and I don't want to keep parsing this, but adding a part of that unless sufficient natural vegetation occurs, because we will not be getting back to the back of that where those trees are. We're not going to get close to that, so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to plant a lot of trees back there that are going to die because they're out of the sun under a larger tree. So anyway, wherever we have that situation, along B was fine, and potentially along 12 to 19, unless natural vegetation has a sufficient barrier. We're not getting, I don't believe, that far back there on any of those lots, but I don't want to, take down a perfectly good tree to put a Leland cypress in. So,
Considering I used to play and hunt in these woods, I would be in complete agreement. I don't want to take it down any either.
Yeah, I think somehow we just need to stay,
Yeah,
between
I
lot 12 and 21, a Class A buffer, but you can use existing vegetation as a, as a credit. You don't have to take out existing trees, but supplement it with a Class A buffer. Is that fair to say, Commissioner Adams?
Absolutely.
Okay, now we just got to put that in a motion.
Mike,
We do
how do you want-
buffering as well, up to 11 down there. There's already a bunch of trees down there, wouldn't have to plant anymore, just leave them be if we were to move forward with this.
That's what, I think that was the discussion where the common area where the creek is going down through there, there's not going to be any grading allowed in that area anyway. So all that will remain in the common area between 11 and 12.
I'm talking 1 through 11.
You're talking 1 through
he's
11.
talking 1 through 11.
All right, sorry. I thought you were talking about 11 past 11. All right, so does the commission want to consider that?
I guess now I'm confused. So the buffer is being requested between 1 and 11?
If we were moving forward with this, yes. There's already tree line where those houses are in the picture. If we could leave them be, that would be good.
Mr. Campbell, would there not be significant grading between 1 and 11?
We don't think that we're getting that far back. Let me help a little bit with the motion and make sure this makes some sense, okay? We will install a type A buffer along the rear of lots 1 through 11, as well as lots 12 through 20, unless sufficient natural vegetation exists to provide a buffer. How's that sound? Thank you.
The only thing we would change on that is change the word sufficient to comparable. But I think that's good.
Okay. So that will be condition 3.
That would be condition 3.
I think it would be helpful.
Yes. Do you have it?
1 to 11.
All right, so what do we got? Well, we're going to clean it up a little bit. And then sorry for the delay. We're just trying to get it right. So do you have?
I think so. A type A buffer behind lots 1 through 11 and 12 through 20, unless a comparable natural vegetation exists to create the buffer.
She's good. Okay, so, all right.
You can just read my hand.
I'll try. So, Commissioner Midas, I'll try to weave this in here. I don't know if I can or not, but so, and this is on, are we on the concept plan or the development plan? Okay, perfect. So the motion will be to approve the development plan for up to 60 dwelling units on individual lots, subject to 3 conditions. The existing 2 conditions that are listed in the staff report. The third condition will be a type A landscape buffer will be installed between lots, or behind lots 1 through 11 and behind lots 20, or 12 through 20, unless there is comparable natural vegetation there to create the buffer.
Second.
Well, you'll be the first. You're the first.
Oh, I'm the first.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Anderson will be the second on that.
Okay.
All right, sorry, we just wanted to get that right, just so we take care of Mr. Queen. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Those opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all.
My apologies, Steve, did I go over you?
It's okay. It's okay. But I had a friendly amendment to it, but that's
well, next time.
Well, okay, we can, I mean.
Do you guys want to put it in the record?
I think for the record, I would have rather have heard a 15-foot do not disturb buffer along that property line. And if they do disturb it, then put it back with a type A, because a comparable buffer is it's debatable between my staff and the builder. So But we'll make it work. We'll
Future,
work
we'll
with
go
him on
with
it.
the non-disturb buffer.
Yeah, this builder's a good guy to work with, so we'll work it out with him.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, well, that was a great one to end on. Thank you for your patience, and unless anybody has anything, we will be adjourned. Thank you.